Ankita, can I get that line?
India, a rising country with its economy coursing towards the peak and its significant advancement in technology has caused a knowledge turnover to the MSMEs that hinder their scalability growth. The importance of MSMEs in our nation is so pivotal that they contribute to over 29% of India's GDP and 50% of India's total export. The MSMEs provide over 120 million jobs across industries and regions. But MSMEs face many challenges that arise from every direction, bringing forth a strenuous environment for the MSMEs to achieve their goals. Presenting MSME Bharat Manch that gives a powerful punch to all the challenges and provides the ultimate solution to all MSMEs to empower their business growth. MSME Bharat Manch, a nationwide initiative by Rupee Boss, a unique platform that has all the solutions every MSME of our nation would require to overcome their challenges and become successful. The benefits of onboarding with MSME Bharat Manch outweighs the challenges on a drastic level, giving every MSME the resulting edge to reach their potential. The additional benefits MSME Bharat Manch provides its MSMEs make it the ideal utopian business environment. MSME Bharat Manch stands out on a mission to create the unique one-stop platform for MSMEs to empower, support, and cater to all their enterprise needs to reach their entrepreneurial dreams, envisioning a future. MSME Bharat Manch extends its reach to MSME growth facilitators to co-create the unique value-added ecosystem to empower MSMEs to scale their business exponentially. The growing pillars of the MSME Bharat Manch that grows its roots all over the nation. An ecosystem built with prestigious associations makes the MSME Bharat Manch initiative dynamic and influential to all its MSMEs, creating the perfect solution for entrepreneurial practices. The origin of this incredible venture began with an organization's vision to serve MSMEs' financial needs by joining hands with experts and ecosystem partners. Pan India, Rupee Boss, a leading financial advisory firm and national corporate distributor, partnered with over 100 plus banks and NBFCs in the country and known for its MSME unsecured business loan program that helped MSMEs and professionals increase their turnover by 20,000 crores in the past 6 years. And the loan audit program resulted in saving over 50 crores of interest rate costs by linking existing loans to repo rates. Introducing the visionaries who are presiding as the prestigious advisory board members. A quick glance of the Master Growth Facilitators, who are the crucial pillars of this incredible cause. Also introducing Knowledge Partner, Mr. Jerininho Almeida, Jerry, an author, teacher, inspirationist, motivator, executive coach, missionary entrepreneur, venture mentor, skill building coach, and a person who will influence the MSMEs to reach their potential. Our highly supportive growth facilitators form an integral part of MSME Bharat Manch ecosystem. Collaborating associations. MSME Bharat Manch is a proud member of CII and IMC. A powerful vision can only be foreseen by people who are willing to bring in the change. Presenting the senior management team of MSME Bharat Manch.
Check. So ladies and gentlemen, that moment has come wherein we're going to be beginning with the first very edition. Firstly, just to ensure that we get all the points across, I think we need to be very attentive. And for that, we need to stop networking just for a couple more minutes, right? If you still would want to network, with all due respect to everyone sitting in the room, we request you to step out for the time being. Once you're done networking, rejoin us. Of course, there is something of silent networking which can continue happening throughout. But because I respect all the speakers, the dignitaries who have joined us, I think the least we can do is give them a keen hearing. And I think we'll all learn from one another. So thank you so much for maintaining the decorum in the room. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm in the industry for over a decade. And it's my honor to represent such immense leadership in the room. So firstly, could we have a big round of applause for all of you for making it on time? As I feel time is the biggest asset to each and every one of us. So let's contribute towards understanding how we can grow as an industry, how we can help each other. And once again, a big round of applause to all the organizing committee who has put in such of a relentless effort throughout. So very good morning to all the respectful ladies and gentlemen present here today. Well, I welcome you all to the very first national workshop on gearing up MSME IPOs, a series of workshops being curated for the MSME needs and development and helping to create an ecosystem of support. All the MSMEs attending today, let me tell you, our support for you doesn't stop just today. Every 6 months, the MSME Bharat Manch will review the progress towards the IPO, and the engagement would have its short, medium, and long-term goals. I would also like to inform you to kindly make yourself comfortable throughout the day. If you have any queries, the team is right here. You can touch base with them. And of course, your entire industry is present today. So kudos to the entire committee for putting this up. Well, it's a nationwide initiative of the Rupee Boss Financial Services Private Limited that joined hands with ENQUBE Collaboration in organizing the very first series of this national workshop. We'd also like to acknowledge the help and support given by BSE SME, and also, of course, a big thank you to the head of MSME IPO BSE India, none other than Ajay Thakur. Mr. Thakur, when you entered, I could see a pause in the room, and that just shows the magnanimous outlook which everyone has towards you and your work. And of course, we're so honored that we have the immense dignitaries present here, many of whom I have interacted with in the past, and some whom I'm getting to know them better. Also, I'd like to take a moment to thank all our partners, because I feel that's very important at the start of the event. We're talking about the bank partner being Karnataka Bank Limited, NBFC partner Godrej Capital, digital partner Taurus, HR tech partner Farak Pay, scoring partner DigiAlly, financial inclusion partner Sabar, affiliated by a CIEO, which is the Council of Indian exhibitions organizers, the credit empowerment by Sybil, souvenirs by Jaisai Jewelers, and the media partners being Forever News and networking partner being Tajurba. So could we have once again a big round of applause to all these immense partners? You know, the agenda and the topics, of course, the industry perspective on MSME IPOs, we're looking at practical case studies, aids to growth, MSMEs. We're talking about discussions on ESG, which is, again, an integral topic, overviewing the financial services available for MSME and much more. So you're in store for a lot more today. Also understanding what Rupee Boss and MSME Bharat Manch, of course, you did have a look at the video, but we'll do a quick introduction to them as well. We're talking about rupeeboss.com, which is a national distributor for retail and MSME loan products representing 100 plus private PSUs, MNCs and NBFCs in the country, which has helped more than 13,000 plus MSMEs. So we're talking about that scalability and that credibility. Of course, MSME Bharat Manch, which is a unique one-stop platform for all the MSMEs to empower and support them to become self-reliant. And of course, also in catering to their enterprise needs to grow exponentially with all their functions from sales, marketing, coaching, consulting, financial assistance. We talk about business advisory, learning and development, human resource technology assistance for availing subsidy from the local, state, and central government and any other professional support. So I think they've really covered it all. So all of the best from our side to them. And of course, ENQUBE Collaborations, a knowledge-sharing company providing our audience with insights into the latest critical issues and strategies which help you to stay ahead in the ever-changing world. We're talking about the benefits being market research, knowledge-sharing, networking, and brand visibility. So I think you can see it all happening today. So one of the testaments of ENQUBE Collaborations. Well, being its first of its kind workshop, requesting the audience to take the real learnings today and key takeaways from the successful MSME IPO promoters and industry veterans who have specialized for MSME. So once again, a big thank you to all and each and every one of you for joining us today. I believe now that we have such luminaries under one platform, it is only wise for us to call all of them to join us for the lamp lighting. So with no particular order of importance or anything on those terms, if I could just have the honor of calling upon first up, Mr. P.N. Shetty, Dr. Narendra, Mr. Anand Singhania, Mr. Manisha, Mr. Gopal Krishna, Mr. Krishna Pandya, Ms. Purnima, if I could have Mr. Ajay and Mr. N.B. Shetty, and of course, Dr. G. Ramesh Kumar to join us for the lamp lighting. Could we once again have a big, big round of applause for all the luminaries? Let's accompany them with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Parmeshwara Ganeshwara Chintamani Parmeshwara.
As we light the lamp today, we promise each other to support, help, and continue the growth of this industry. With the immense leadership on the stage, these are the icons we're talking about. It takes that one leader, that one thought to create it into a successful venture, and I'm sure all the dignitaries present here are invoking that theme And to honor them, let's continue the applause, ladies and gentlemen. And it's only wise when you have the biggest leaders on stage starting off and promising for a bigger future, helping India become a $1 trillion economy. And with that, we present to you all our leadership on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a roaring round of applause. And it shouldn't stop till the time they're on the stage. Let it continue, everyone. Come on. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. So as our dignitaries are all settled in, we'd request everyone else also to kindly be seated. And of course, the team is now settling in for the sitting. Thank you. So first up, it's going to be now my honor to call upon our leaders on the stage. If the chairs are removed, where will they sit? Okay, that's okay. All right. Okay, no worries. I'm going to do my best to call them on stage and standing and doing it. All right. Okay. Okay. If our leadership is fine with that, I'm good to go. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, first up, it's my honor to call upon none other than the President, MSME, Bharat Manch, Founder, CEO, Rupee Boss Financial Services Private Limited. Of course, I'm going to have the honor of talking a little bit about him, somebody who's got over 25 years of experience in the financial industry prior to starting rupeeboss.com. And now he is the driving force behind the growth and success of Rupee Boss Financial Services Private Limited. Recently, Mr. Shetty also has initiated the nationwide MSME platform, the MSME Bharat Manch, with other MSME solution providers on the board. So we're talking about somebody who is a visionary, somebody who is going to drive a lot of positive change in the industry. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome none other than Mr. P.N. Shetty. Come on, I think the applause can be bigger and better. Thank you, Mr. Shetty, for joining us.
Okay. Namaste. So this is what we started in Rupee Boss now as a one initiative where we are training all our employees to greet with Namaste. I think that goes well with the work that we do in the country. Okay. So let me welcome. First thing is that all the MSME community who are gathered out here today. I think let me start my presentation with welcoming all the MSMEs who are building this nation together. I think give them a big round of applause, all the MSMEs. I think we as a national distributor, when we set out to start this MSME Bharat Manch, when we approached dignitaries and the kind of support that we got from them, I think starting with Mr. Anand Singhania, I think I met him once and I told him about what we are trying to do here. And we just requested him to be a part of this, and he readily agreed, and we welcome for this event. Thank you very much. Then we did a couple of events with the BSc, I think Mr. Ajay Thakur. I think whenever I meet any MSME, if I just start saying that IPO, immediately they'll talk about Ajay Bhai. I think MSc IPO means Ajay Bhai. I think that has become synonymous now. I think each time we ask for help, and whenever we wanted him to be supporting us, he was always there for us. I think we welcome him for this event today. Thank you. Then my dear friend, I know him for the last 20 plus years now. I started working with him from his Citibank days. I met him about 15, 20 days back along with Narendra ji, and told him about our program. And what was interesting is at the same time, Manish was also working on something maybe on a larger scale, that is Godrej Nirman, which is again trying to help India's MSMEs with whatever might they have in the country as a Godrej group. So he has big plans for MSMEs in terms of helping them, scaling them, and giving that additional edge with their group company, because they are a large enterprise. I think so. I think for us, I think it fitted so well for us. That's why we requested Manish. And I think the minute we said, I said yes, I'm there, and obviously he supported us also with sponsoring this event. Thanks, Manish. Well, we welcome you for the same. Yes, Dr. Narendra ji, I think he's a chairman of, past chairman of Indian Overseas Bank, but kind of energy he brings in. And in the last 10 days, he was almost working as if he's an employee of Bharat, but that's the kind of work that he has done. I think for his stature, and him doing that, sitting in our office and doing that, I think and at this age, I think we think that he's younger than all of us. Thank you, Narendra ji. And obviously then all our partners, our chairman, NB Shetty is here. He's our latest investor in Rupee Boss, and he's a driving force, right? And maybe he reaches before all of us in office and calls us saying that everything fine, right? So he drives sales in that fashion, even at this time, right? We welcome. Yes. I think better than all of us, right? And then yes, we want to. I think what we have realized also before me moving on, all the partners that we're working with. I think starting with BLL, where we started off with our first event, where our MSME Bharat Manch got unraveled there in Chennai. I think BLL was the first thing where we associated with. I think that's the, we welcome them. Shweta ji, thank you for all the help. I think that's what we thought, that we are going to collaborate with many partners in the country because we are a sales distribution company. That's our core expertise. So we are not going to do everything on our own. We are going to partner with like-minded people so that we can work together, right? And finally, the cost is simple, that is, would like to help MSMEs. So that's why we'll partner with everybody who would like to help MSMEs, right? So when we started off with MSME Bharat Manch, what we have realized is that if you go ahead and do something which is for the larger good of the, say, community that we operate in, suddenly you'll realize that the kind of help you get, it is, I was really overwhelmed, because when I was going to different parts as Rupee Boss, because it is a financial product, obviously we're selling our products. But the minute we thought that let's create a platform to help our MSME community together, then the kind of reception we got wherever we go in the country, right? Even when we met Purnima ji, when we told her or we mentor, right? Sanjeev ji, or anybody, wherever we participated, right? And we got a great response. I think the key learning for us is that means while we building enterprise, if instead of focusing only on ourselves, if we can go ahead and try to do something for the larger good, then everybody is there to support you. Only thing, your intention has to be good, and you should mean what you say, and you should actually go and help. So idea is of MSM Bharat Manch is that because for the last 20-25 years, we are in this business, right? So we know a lot of service providers, ecosystem partners on a personal level. Now we know who are good out there in the marketplace, right? So now what we thought is, can we get all of them on a single platform? Can we make them available for MSMEs so that they get the best quality service providers and at the best price, right? So whenever we go and tell the service providers, it's okay, because there is nothing that we would like to gain out of it largely on financial side. You ensure that the MSMEs get the best quality and at the affordable price. It's not they would like to make money out of it. And our first priority is they get the best quality at the best price, right? So when we are doing that, I think that will help, because in a day, Rupee Boss meets about 500 MSMEs in person throughout the country today, right? The idea is to touch 1,000 MSME per day starting 1st April 2024. That's the commitment we as a team have taken. You will be meeting them in person. I think there's hardly any organization which does that in the country, where they meet MSMEs in person and understand their needs, and then whatever we can help them, we can do that, right? And as a model, yes, there is a lot of talk about online. And in Rupee Boss, we have taken a conscious decision that it is going to be an offline, online both. We will be there offline, we will be there online both, but we will do both. We will not go completely online. As a strategy, yes, the world may go completely online, but we are very clear it is going to be both. I think hand-holding is required, expert is required, so we'll do that, right? So that's about today's welcome. I thank all of you people gathering here, and this is your event. Throughout the day, we make here or there maybe some mistakes. So what you should think is, this is your event, and make it good. Help us to deliver it better, because we are not an event management company. First time we are trying something new, and I want all of you to be with us and helping us doing it. Thank you.
Check. And I think Mr. Chetty has been very modest. I think he's delivered it so wonderfully. Let's give him a big round of applause. And of course, we wish that it's going to be 1,000 MSMEs per day for you from 1st of April, 2024. And we wish each and every one of you to be successful in your endeavors. On that front, it is now my time to call upon, for the opening remarks, somebody who is an eminent banking professional, having more than 40 years of wide experience and exposure. He's served as a chairman and managing director of the Indian Overseas Bank in 2010 and retired as their CMD in 2014. And since then, he's been more energetic than ever. We're talking about none other than Mr. Narendra. Let's give him once again a big round of applause.
Good morning, and all my best greetings and good wishes to all of you who have assembled here with the sole objective of scaling greater heights in your endeavor, as well as to reach such a pinnacle of growth so that the India can achieve $5 trillion economy at the earliest. And our vision, by 2047, India should achieve $30 trillion economy. From the developing country. Yeah, say great. That's the energy. Our Prime Minister's vision is, from the developing country, we have to become the developed country. Of course, India is already being considered in that respect, one of the speed with which India is growing, and India has been a differentiator in terms of the global economy, and that recognition is been getting. And the India gets to the MSME, because MSME is contributing more than 30-40% of the GDP and around 50% of the exports. And it is our endeavor that they become 50% of the GDP and 75% of the exports. So in that respect, our MSME Bharat Manch, Rupee Boss, and ENQUBE collaboration, we would like to bring that wealth of information, a series of engagement, and providing the industry leaders, very successful people, with the help of BSc, to bring and enable you to think big and also plan big and execute big and achieve towards your goal. So in that respect, while that is the one which has been always there, and the banks are all giving debt, and the government during the COVID also gave an emergency credit guarantee scheme by which all the MSME could pass through the COVID impact very easily. And that's why India recovered fast, 8.5% growth from the negative growth. So that is due to the MSME and the enterprising value and the whatever the energy they had, and they kept that up. So that's also needs a great amount of recognition for MSME. So in that respect, they also should plan for going towards IPO. And the BSc, of course, Ajay Thakur Saab is there. He will tell they are the maximum or maybe 60-70% of the IPOs they did. And today, because if the figure I tell, then they will have to tell, but 450 companies and went into the public and raised, I think, 6,000 crores. And today valuation is 60,000 crores. So that is the wealth. So because the industry, big company and all also need the MSME support. So today's this our endeavor is to engage with you, and we need an interactive session. You must ask a lot of questions to our resource persons and take some takeaways. And little later, we will provide through the MSME Bharat Manch such service provider, and at affordable cost, with the least amount of much cost, you could plan for IPO. I would not like to take. One is that we all have to maintain time because our program is slightly already delayed. So with that, as the allotted time, if all cooperate, we will be able to complete the program by 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Well, on that note, it is now my time to call upon for the key address, industry perspective on MSME, IPO, and towards the 5 trillion economy. We're talking about none other than a 5th generation industrialist, the CEO of JK Enterprises. The firm belongs to an illustrious 135-year-old JK organization, which is owned and operated by the Singhania family. JK Enterprises is, of course, active in finance, agri-commodities, and real estate, which are just few of the many diverse fields. It's now my honor to call upon none other than Mr. Anand Singhania.
Namaskar, everyone. Namaskar. Mr. Shetty, Dr. Narendra, Mr. Thakur, Mr. N.B. Shetty, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to address this distinguished gathering at the very first national workshop on gearing up for MSME's IPO, organized by the proactive MSME Bharat Manch, jointly with ENQUBE collaborations. Our collective purpose here is to offer a deeper understanding and a fresh perspective on the strategic pathway that micro, small, and medium enterprises need to undertake a transition towards their IPO, and in doing so, pushing India closer to become a $5 trillion economy much before 2030. If you look at 6% compounded, we'll reach in 5 years. In fact, India in 2047, or rather should I say Bharat at 2047, should be in excess of $30 trillion, given a growth rate of about 8 to 10%. And I think this is possible because of the way India's basic data stacks are there. India has arrived on the global stage and is a power to reckon with. It is a bright spot on the world economy, growing at over 6% in GDP terms. We are the fastest growing, largest economy, largest democracy. The opportunity is immense. Given its market size, burgeoning middle class, rapid urbanization, young population, growing influence in international affairs, and the geopolitical necessity for exploring alternate supply chains, a lot of global companies have found India as a place where it should be. Where else can global firms find 500,000 new engineers each year? The rich demographic dividend of a young population delivers huge opportunities for employment, consumption, growth, and rapid development down the information highway. Besides, change is easier to implement with the young minds. A set of digital services have been rolled out by the government that links ordinary Indians to their digital electronic identity. Such indigenous tech initiatives are causing the cost of technology to drop. This and the conducive ecosystem created by the government of India have transformed the startup scene in India. From just one unicorn per year, we climbed up to 42 unicorns in 2021. 10 years ago, India was ranked 146 in consuming data, 146. Today, we are number 1. So in each of our areas, we can go up and become the premier country in several aspects. Take for the number of startups, there are now 90,000 startups. And I'm sure this platform, Rupee Boss, can actually galvanize, get these startups to come into the IPO world, get listed and grow. Take the success of UPI, which is clocking over 10 billion transactions a month, the close to 500 million Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, and the 1.2 plus Aadhaar citizen biometric identification program has put India on the radar of every country. You call it JAM Trinity, right? Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile. So with all these three, truly India is shining. I was surprised to hear that there are 133 countries who do not have a fast payment mechanism. They don't have one. And we are in that elite number where not only we have a very good system, but we are the fastest. The UPI is, I think, 4 times faster than China and 10 times faster in terms of speed than USA. I mean, we have built in those kind of systems. India stands today at the precipice of an economic revolution with the potential to surge towards a $5 trillion economy. This is not a dream, but a vision that sees India reaching unprecedented heights of prosperity, development, and socio-economic transformation. However, such an aspiration cannot be achieved by relying solely on large corporations on public sector enterprises. We must harness the power of the MSMEs. Like Dr. Narendra said, they form the backbone of our economy. 6.5 crore businesses in the MSME sector contribute 30% of India's GDP and 45% of total manufacturing output and employ almost 12 crore people. I'm sure when you reach 500 new names and going up to 1,000, there will be a lot of people who are in the unorganized sector, which will get registered. And I think platforms like this will allow this number to go up because there are many more, but the ones which are registered. The MSMEs truly embody the entrepreneurial spirit of India, reflecting our nation's resilience, innovation, and adaptability. Yet, for the MSMEs to fully contribute, they must transcend traditional boundaries and constraints. They must be ready to grow, evolve, and transform, embarking on new paths of fundraising and expansion. And one such transformative step would be the initial public offering. But why an IPO, you may ask? The answer lies in the cost and the power of the capital. Growth requires capital, and IPOs provide a potent avenue for raising this necessary capital. As of April of this year, Indian MSMEs faced a credit gap of $530 billion out of a demand of $820 billion. Bridging this gap, via innovative fintech options, via the NBFC, via the IPOs can represent a paradigm shift for MSMEs, allowing not only financial muscle for growth, but also increasing visibility and credibility. However, gearing up for an IPO is not a decision to be taken lightly. It requires careful planning, and I'd like to suggest 3 or 4 steps that are required to approach this for the journey. Firstly, embrace strong financial management and transparent governance. Financial management extends beyond the mere ability to balance books or generate profits. It calls for a deep understanding of financial principles and the ability to strategically align these principles with the company's overall goals. Strong financial management is the bedrock of sustainable business growth, and it demonstrates to potential investors that the company is proficient in managing its resources effectively. The example could be a company like Balaji Wafers. Known for its financial prudence, Balaji Wafers has exhibited strong financial management since its inception. Secondly, I would suggest, and I think this is most important, is to build a strong management team. A good leader with a good team can drive a company. A strong management team acts as the company's steering wheel, directing it towards the goal and navigating it through challenges. Therefore, companies must focus on assembling a team of leaders who bring diverse skills, perspective, and experiences to the table. Take, for example, Zoho. It's a SaaS-based company, started as a very small software development, but it soon grew with the help of the skilled manpower and a good experienced management team to become one of the most important global players in the SaaS industry. Thirdly, invest in enhancing productivity and scaling up operations through technological innovations. In the rapidly evolving business landscape, companies that embrace technology and innovation have a significant competitive advantage. It is vital for MSMEs to invest in modern technologies to enhance productivity, improve operational efficiencies, and reduce costs. After all, change is inevitable, and in order to be competitive, you must enhance and embrace all the new technologies. And lastly, establish a track record for profitability. While growth potential is important, investors also want to see a track record of profitability. Consistent earnings demonstrate that the company has a successful business model that can generate sustainable profits. Therefore, companies should focus on improving their profit margins, optimizing their cost structure, and developing a diverse revenue stream. A case in point is Vinati Organics, a specialty chemical company. It has a consistent track record of profitability with a CAGR of over 20% in the last 5 years. This has shown year after year, quarter on quarter performance, and that's what the market is looking for. So, acknowledging the significance of the MSME's IPO readiness, India's leading stock exchanges, and we have one very large one here, the BSE and the NSE have developed dedicated platforms like the SME platform and Emerge respectively. They are tailor-made to cater to the needs of the MSMEs. And as of today, 435 companies have been listed on the BSE's SME platform. I'm sure it's gone up since I read this, raising almost 6,000 crores and having a market cap of 66,000 crores. Nevertheless, achieving the dream of a $5 trillion economy is not a solitary match. We as the industry need to work hand in hand with these enterprises, providing them with the necessary guidance, expertise, and resources. We need to foster an ecosystem that not only allow MSMEs to grow, but also to thrive. In conclusion, the march towards a $5 trillion economy, then 10, and going upwards is not a dream, but a vision that can be made by empowering our MSMEs, encouraging to undertake IPOs, and supporting them in this journey. With the industry, financial institutions, and the government acting synergistically, our MSMEs can indeed propel India's socio-economic development to unprecedented heights. I'd like to also share a small brief of the IMC. IMC is a 115-year-old organization. It's one of the oldest chambers. We had Mahatma Gandhi, who took up our membership he took out the honorary membership in 1931. And we are a platform with about 5,000 members. and 150 trade associations through which we have a reach of about 400,000 members. And what we bring about is we try and bring about policy change both at the state and center through our platform. And I think Bharat Bunch is also one similar platform that is catering to the needs of the entrepreneurial need for finance and capital, the need for hand-holding these MSMEs to grow. And together we can help to scale and strengthen their business. Collectively, we can be the catalyst for sustainable growth for businesses from micro to small, small to medium, and medium to large establishments. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to a thoughtful and engaging discussion throughout the rest of this session. Have a great day filled with enriching experiences, boundless learnings, and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Anand, if we'd request you to be in the center, if I could have Satish and Mr. Narendra kindly join us and help us with the felicitations. Can we have once again a big, big round of applause? We'd like to have a photographic moment with Mr. Singhania. Satish? Of course, Mr. Shetty has also joined in. And Dr. Ramesh Kumar as well. With all these luminaries on the stage, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Singhania. And I think for all the work and the leadership they provide, let's give them a bigger round of applause. I think they couldn't get enough of you on the stage, yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Singhania, for joining us. With this, it is time for us to move ahead to the next topic. We're talking about NBFC perspective on MSME lending and on Godrej Nirman, a new initiative by Godrej Capital for MSMEs. Well, we're elated that we're joined by none other than somebody who shares over 25 years of financial service experience across markets in India and US, covering diverse businesses that include unsecured lending, mortgages, wealth management, and life insurance. Well, he co-founded a financial self-help robo-advisory platform that was acquired by News Corp, becoming one of the earlier exits to a global corporation in the Indian fintech startup space. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about none other than the Managing Director and CEO, Godrej Capital, Mr. Manish Shah. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Abjo. Shetty ne bol diya, I have to start with namaste and can't start with good morning. It's put pressure on all of us to start differently. Special to be here, slightly odd also to be here because, coming from a typical Gujarati family, I'm the only one in the family who's not an MSME. Wife, brother, sister, brother-in-law all run their own businesses. So in that sense, I think they must, if they see a photograph of me, they will have a little bit of a laugh that what are you doing in a room full of business people? Just 2 slides, in my 10 minutes to talk a little bit about this. For the last 25 years that I have been in financial services, we've always been talking about this as an opportunity. And I think as an industry, we have not done enough justice to what we can do to growing businesses in India. Regardless of what scale we are all at, the one thing that we have, there are 3 things we have in common, and quite special to be here. I must admit, I didn't know how robust and how much dynamism there is in the IPO for small business scene. Great to know that. But there are 3 things in common that all of us have regardless of our scale: equity, debt, and growth. In different measure, too much of one, too little of the other is a challenge. A good balance makes it all come together. So I won't talk much about equity, since almost all of the day is spent on raising capital through IPOs. I'll try and spend a little bit of time on the next 2 points. As a non-banking finance company, as financial services arm of the Godrej Group, obviously the first thing that we will talk about is lending and growth that comes from timely access to capital. This, I must admit, is a strange slide talking to people who already have live this each day. So I will skip this, but all of us who are building businesses today have the opportunity of building lending businesses in a different environment where payments data is available, credit data is available. There are far more sources on our table. Here itself, we met someone who said we can find different ways to build a credit score for small businesses. So while we understand the various, different problems, we have to do much more as an industry. And just as a quick background, the financial services group in Godrej is only 2 years old. So we are almost like an MSME or a startup within a 125-year group. And among the things that we are, to take a couple of minutes to talk about lending and debt. And over the last 25 years, lots and lots of work has gone in this industry to try and make it easier to lend, to try and make it easier to borrow. And a lot of the focus has been on the businessman or small business first proving that they make enough income, and then finding a way to either with or without collateral lend. I think opportunity for a lot of us, especially new players like us, to try and change that. One, yes, take as much work as we can do and innovate on how we can easily better underwrite. Can you use income data, GST data, cash data, bank data, use different forms of data and keep improving that. But more importantly, start innovating and start aligning our industry to yours. So for example, it is a joke in financial services that all products designed for business people are designed by salaried people, keeping other salaried people in mind. Just the notion of paying the same amount every month on the first of every month comes with the assumption that all of us get the same salary, the same income at the end of every month or at the start of every month. So there is ample opportunity in those of you who are in financial services or are customers of financial services to recreate products in how people pay back. We had a small instance where now we have lent more than 1,000 crores in a product platform called Design Your Own EMI, which is that if your cash flows don't match, you can design, you can start with interest only, up it, down it, especially when you have seasonal businesses where you can fluctuate your repayments. And if we come to think of it, it's nothing but aligning what the customer's business, what you need to design as a product for your customers. All of you all do it all of the time, whether you serve domestic customers or you serve international customers. It's the least we can do. Last not least, again, design products, especially when we build lending products, which we do, design products where the returns you make after borrowing should be higher than the money you pay in order to borrow it. Again, simple maths, if it doesn't work. So we have, again, over 1,000 crores lent in products where we have longer tenures where you can pay back smaller to start with. Once the capital expense that you're incurring starts to give you returns, then you can increase what you pay back. So various products, but from a we are now 2 years old in this industry, and over the next 5, it's our commitment to MSMEs and SMEs in India that we will lend over 30,000 crores in the next 5 years towards the growth of your businesses. So that's part one, of debt. But what I'm more interested, what brings me here more than the fact that we do debt, there are many players that do debt. But what we are super proud about is something that we are in the process of launching. We have, just soft launched last month, but this will grow. It's a little bit of, our own history. 125 years ago, among our first businesses came in the first COVID. Second COVID, we have all lived through. But in the first COVID, India, 125 years ago, using soap was not part of our cleaning routine. It was not part of our lives. And when the first COVID happened in 1919, it became the need of soap became, the need to use soap became a reality. And at that time, the only soap used to be imported, and they used to use animal fat. And the group produced the first vegetable fat soap that has been used ever since. So a lot of our businesses are centered around saying, of course, paisa banna chahiye, of course, profit banna chahiye, but what is our contribution towards society? What's our contribution towards nation building? And as we were building this, and we met, we have been working on this and saying the third element, if we can keep finding new ways to underwrite, we can keep having new product design, but finally, if MSME and SME businesses don't grow, you neither have the need for debt or equity, nor do you have anywhere to apply. So what we are doing via Nirman, and welcome all of you. If you can be of service to other MSMEs and like to partner us, please join us there. If you want to use it as a customer, please go ahead and do it. It's godrejcapitalnirman.com. It's still in early stages. And the idea behind this is, if your businesses grow, many of us grow in addition. And very often the avenues, the challenges post-COVID have grown, whether it's being able to grow geographically, manpower, training, holding on to employees that, work for you, but leave you for larger companies. As you go more digital, just understanding what's new on cybersecurity, what challenges exist when I start selling fully digitally. So the idea behind Nirman is, what role can we play to help you grow your business? Not very different actually from the MSME Bharat Manch, and we are more than happy to partner rather than compete. And the idea is, most welcome. And the idea is, can we take a step? So first, what can we do to help grow, especially use the strength of the group and strength of our brand? And 3 examples. So we are partnering with Amazon on various fronts. One of them is on export, that if you service only the domestic market and you want to export but not sure, with our partnership, can they take a closer look? Can they knock off the cost? Can they make it cheaper, easier for you to start becoming an exporter? If you don't sell digitally, can you start selling digitally? We are in the process of a government partnership. If you all have heard of GEM, or Government E-Marketplace, where the partnership can be deeper, where we can both educate, help onboard on GEM, get a deeper partnership where if there is a large number of sellers. I think we met GEM last month. 4 lakh crores is government purchase only from MSMEs, and that they are talking of doubling. And the process is that they have to open up tendering to small businesses. But despite this intent, many, many times you're not, I don't know if you all have had experience with GEM, but many, many times you're not able to transact for some formality or the other. So we are partnering to see how we can make it easier and lend. We are also, as the group, we have started in a small way. This always happens when you're presenting, but we've started in a small way where procurement for the Godrej Group will try and make it easier via Nirman. If you're a small business, a huge opportunity is to sell to large groups like ours. Can we make it easier? Very often today, for example, I get on an average 50 messages on LinkedIn from small businesses, typically saying, we do this, we would like to supply to you. Most often, actually, I'm the wrong person in my company. And what ends up happening is nothing happens to that solicitation or that sales email. It's not that I don't intend to support. It's just that I'm not the right person. The company, somebody has told somebody, ke, sabse senior aadmi ko likho to it gets done. It doesn't get done. The larger the organization, the more the focused people are. So we want to see if we can help from a procurement perspective. Likewise, we have started quite a few other partnerships, open to more, where we can look at, one of our partners, Insurity. We are partnering with Visa on payments and Insurity, where even smaller organizations with fewer employees can get the same sort of health cover that those of us in large organizations enjoy, and to use our bargaining power to drive down rates. Likewise on legal advice, likewise on compliance. So we are working on a host of other partnerships where over a period of time, our idea is if your businesses grow, you become more lendable. If you'd like to use us as a borrower, as a lender of choice, great. If not, no problem. Over a period of time, if we as the group play our part in India doubling, adding one more India to where we are today, we will consider our job done. lending as lending is a side benefit that keeps going on in any case. So look forward to, partnering y'all, look forward to having y'all on board as customers, and look forward to this journey with you. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for having us. All the best.
Thank you. Mr. Shah, we'd request you to please step in the center. If I could have Mr. P.N. Shetty and Mr. Ravlo to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Of course, we've got Mr. Narendra. We've got Dr. Ramesh Kumar as well joining in. Ladies, if you could allow them a moment to step out. Yes. And yes, if you could proceed quickly towards the stage. Everyone's saying time's over for biggest asset. Come on, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. And of course, we wish you all the very best with Nirman. Let's keep giving him a bigger round of applause for all his initiatives and all his leadership. And Mr. Shah, as you rightly started with Namaste, so we're going to continue with that note, as Mr. Shetty rightly said. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're talking about the banking perspective on MSME lending. I just request our speakers to kindly adhere to the time slots. I know we would want to keep the conversations alive, but we have to stick with a tight schedule. Up next, it's my honor to call upon somebody who, after a short span of service at Manipal Housing Finance, joined the Karnataka Bank in the year 1994, completed 28 long years in the banking career of his, and he's had the experience of branch head for 12 years, regional head for 4 years, and during his financial year of 2018 and 19, under his leadership, Udupi region has been awarded as the best region runner-up amongst the 14 regions of Karnataka Bank. We're talking about the Deputy General Manager and Regional Head, Karnataka Bank, Mr. Gopala Krishna. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Respected dignitaries and the participant, good morning to all. First of all, I express my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak about the subject, banking perspective on MSME lending. MSME is a very important sector where banks do have a key role to play owing to the massive reach and network it has. While the sector has existed in India since independence, the term micro, small and medium enterprise was formally introduced by the Government of India in the year 2006. After that, this was done through the MSME Development Act 2006. The sector since has been managed and overseen by the Ministry of MSME and consists of entities engaged in the production, manufacturing, services, processing or preservation of goods and commodities. Before getting into the banking perspective of MSME lending, it is important for us to know the classification under MSME as per the revised guidelines. Earlier, MSMEs used to be classified based on whether they were a manufacturing or service-based enterprises. However, based on the recent amendment dated 1st June 2020, during the COVID crisis period, government altered the classification process, bringing both the categories under one head, micro, small, and medium. The classification is crucial because it enables an entity to be considered as an MSME unit and avail the benefits of government subsidies and schemes and also bank finances based on its financials. MSME have been monumental in accelerating the growth of the Indian economy. They not only play a vital role in generating employment opportunities at relatively lower capital cost, but also support industrialization and formalization of the economy. They are also instrumental in ensuring financial inclusion by tapering regional imbalances. In any economy, MSME considered to be the most dynamic owing its capacity for innovation, competence, or advancement and perseverance to face multiple challenges. Despite the fact that MSME in India contribute 30% of our GDP, 45% of manufacturing output, 50% of export, still they do not get the required support to grow exponentially. They have to face numerous challenges on a day-to-day basis to keep them afloat. Apart from the various impediments encountered in terms of competition, lack of infrastructure, red tapeism, shortage of labor, etc., the promoters of the MSMEs also encounter problems in getting adequate and timely financial support from banks and financial institutions. Even though there are adequate measures taken by government in coordination with the RBI and banks, I would like to figure out some of the few issues banks facing in financing to MSMEs. One is lack of credit history. Another one is inadequate collateral, lack of documents required for business loans, lack of awareness of government schemes, and more than that, lack of some cases we find that lack of experience of the entrepreneurs also. As you all know, Indian banking system is very prudent and resilient to the challenges faced. The huge network of branches across the nation and its reach ideally makes banking channel as the best tool for government to plan and implement various supporting schemes aimed at growth of sectors like MSME. Now let us see the steps taken by the government in improving the lending to MSME needs. One is the Emergency Credit Line Credit Guarantee Scheme, ECLGS, was announced as a part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat package with the objective to help MSMEs and business enterprises to meet their operational liabilities and resume business caused by the COVID-19 crisis. By providing lending institution guarantee against losses suffered by them due to non-repayment of borrowers. As on 31st December 2022, loans amounting rupees 3.60 lakhs crores have been sanctioned under the scheme to 1 crore 19 lakhs borrowers as per the data from the National Credit Guarantee Trust, that is NCGTC, which provides guarantee coverage to member lending institution under the scheme. Second initiation, that is PSB loans in 59 minutes portal, was launched on 2nd November 2018 to facilitate in principle approval of loans up to 1 crore. Now it is subsequently announced to rupees 5 crore to MSME without human interventions. As per the SIDBI data, loans amounting rupees 79,285 crores were sanctioned through this portal. Third one, the Trade Receivable Discounting System was on an innovative alternative financing method launched by RBI in the year 2017. With a view to facilitate financial inclusion of the Indian MSME sector, the TRED is an electronic platform for financing or discounting trade receivables of MSMEs, both in the form of invoices and bill of exchange, drawn on large corporate, public sector units, and government department. Fourth one, the subordinate debt scheme for stressed MSME was approved on 1st June 2020. Under the scheme, banks provide promoters of stressed MSME with a subordinate debt up to 15% of the promoter's stake of rupees 75 lakh, whichever is lower to be infused as a equity, quasi-equity in the business. And the very important and well accepted one more scheme, that is Pradhana Mantri Mudra Yojana, was launched on 8/2/2015 to provide access to institutional finance to unfunded micro small business units with collateral-free loan up to rupees 10 lakhs for manufacturing, process, trading, services, and activities allied to agriculture, and help in creating income-generating activities and employment. RBI has also permitted one-time restructuring for MSME wide their various communication, and in view of the need to support the wide MSME entities on account of fallout of COVID-19, it was also decided to extend the facility for restructuring existing loans to MSME up to 50 crore, classified as a standard account, without downgrading in the asset classification, subject to some conditions. For a better transmission of monetary policy, RBI advised the banks to link all new floating rate loans to external benchmark for MSME from 1st February 2019 and medium enterprises from 1st April 2020. One more, the guarantee, that is CGT-MSE, the availability of bank credit without hassles of collateral third-party guarantee is a major source of support to the MSME. Keeping this objective in view, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises launched Credit Guarantee Scheme (CGS) so as to strengthen credit delivery system to MSME sector. The same now available up to limit of rupees 5 crore through the banking system. Last one, the Stand Up India. The Stand Up India scheme provides loans up to 1 crore to SC/ST and women entrepreneurs for setting up new ventures in the manufacturing, services, trading sector, etc. As a bank, our Karnataka Bank is actively into lending of MSME units. We also have lending policy for MSME, which is available in our corporate side. As a part of streamlining the MSME lendings and providing credits to the needy MSME units, we have designed various products and services in line with government guidelines for catering to MSME units. We have also identified MSME clusters, branches designated for MSME lending for better identification and speedy credit delivery. The major point in our loan policy for MSME aims to have a 20% YOY growth in credit, micro and small enterprises. With all these positive points, being a banker, I can proudly say that bank finances is the lifeblood for MSME segment. As per the directive from RBI and Government of India, from time to time, banks are also formulating various schemes for supporting MSME sector on a larger extent. This will definitely boost up the country's economic growth in many fold in the days to come. My best wishes to all the MSME entrepreneurs who have attended this forum. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopalakrishnan. We'd request you to please step in the center, sir. So we'd request you on the stage in the center. Yeah, I'm sorry if you couldn't see me, I was talking from here. If I could have Praveen, Dr. Narendra, Mr. N.B. Shetty, Dr. Ramesh Kumar to kindly join us on the stage. Do we have Mr. Narendra as well? Praveen, thank you. All right, sir, you as well. Thank you. Let's give them all a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much for your immense leadership. Banking perspective on MSME lending. Thank you so much to Mr. Gopalakrishnan for contributing on this forum today. So it is now time for us to move ahead to the next conversation. We're talking about the MSME growth at speed, and we have a young generation entrepreneur driven by the core philosophy of infusing scalability with sustainability through his ultimate vision of nation building by creating next generation leaders and entrepreneurs. He began his entrepreneurship journey with a not just by achieving the target, but also delivering the exponential 40% plus YOY growth with profitability in a record time of less than 4 years in the inception. We're talking about none other than the CEO and founder director, V21 Realty Plus, Mr. Krishna Pandya. Thank you, Krishna, for joining us.
Namaste, everyone. And first of all, thank you, PN Sethi ji, Rupee Boss, ENQUBE, and MSME Bharat Manch team for inviting me to share my journey because I also started as an entrepreneur journey before 4.5 years. And based on my journey, I would like to share few tips or what's worked for me. So thank you for giving me this topic to share with all MSME, and I hope it will be useful. So in 4.5 years, what things work for me when I started entrepreneurship? So I worked almost 20 years on a different corporate across the 30 plus country. And then I started in mid of 2018, V21 group of venture. And under that, there is a 6 or 7 different vertical. So my topic is speed growth in MSME, right? So what is the key things we should understand? So when I start my journey, I take inspiration from Jim Collins' book, Good to Great. So as a MSME, these are the few high-level things which you should focus, which I think level 5 leadership. Then first, rather than what you want to achieve, first identify who are right partner, who are right team member, that's thing. Third is wise utilization of technology. Remember, technology is not the growth. Technology only enable to grow. So use technology wisely and select. Fourth is head go concept, culture, discipline, and technology. These are the topic definitely require differentiation, but this is my inspiration when I started after my corporate to MSME, or I would say entrepreneurial journey. Now you see recent time, last 1 year or 1.5 years, the entire startup or MSME or business era changed. Before 5 years, it's all about unicorn, cash burn, all about valuations, everything. But now the era of valuation or unicorn change and come to phonics. So what is a phonics? It is not about ROI on investment. It is about ROI on time. So investment on the time. This is the first change. The second change, it's not about abnormal growth or valuation. It's all about sustainability, the profitability. And third, it's not about top line. It's all about bottom line. So this is the key change in recent time. And you can see on most of the global venture capitalists, financials, and corporate is doing. So this is the key thing I would request every MSME need to focus morely on bottom line and sustainability. Not changing. So my next slide will speak, since it is a bit of technical glitch, but my next slide will speak what are the 8 or 10 things work well for me during my 4.5 year journey. We will discuss about what is the work. Okay. So there are multiple factor, right? Growth factor, but I would request every MSME, these are the few key factor. So this is like small team, focus team. Here is the key. Many startup, they hire like thousands people and then lay off. Many MSME, they feel it's a cash flow. So they hire very limited people and struggle, and practically they do everything. So hire small team, but focus team. And the mantra is right people at right time, at right place. And trust me, it will work. It will create magic. Other things as a MSME, you need to have a real strong financial acumen. One line, cash flow is the king. Maintain the cash flow. Third, strategic positioning and marketing. Now, most of MSME do not spend much time on social media or profiling or website, which is very critical. If you even start your first day, you should have all social media, profiling, website, and hire a good agency. The fourth, I would say, speed is the new currency. It's not either Indian rupees or the dollar, it's a speed. So my mantra is learn fast to fail. If you fail fast, you move to next topic. If you fail fast, you move to next things. The fourth is dynamic networking. This is like a networking platform what Bharat Manch is bringing. This is key for success because you can expand your horizon during the next these things. The fourth, your business model is agile. So your business model should accept the change. Like if it is a pre-COVID, post-COVID, any kind of challenges, your business model should agile. Process over person. So most of the time what happens in MSME, there are 2-3 founders. They feel they are the like key But I would say rather than person, always believe in process. So process over these things. And the last one is data is the new oil. So right, like Mukesh Ambani also said, data is the new oil. Always take decision, your strategy, your vision, your plan based on data, not like perception or the assumption. So these are the few things really work for me in my 4.5 year things. And this is my ultimate mantra. So what happened in MSME or any entrepreneur or any business, your team, your people, your management are your customer, not actual customer. You should focus on your team, your management. These are the customer. If you keep happy your team, your management, definitely you get profitability, brand value, and multiple customer. So keep your team happy. The only one thing you have to drive ownership mentality from CEO to your office boy. This is the things what you need to drive. And ownership mentality will come with this triangle. One is you have to always collaborate your team time to time. Keep them engaged with your vision, with your strategy, with your plan. And by engagement and collaboration, they will be motivated. And with this triangle, they will have an ownership mentality. Practically, your office will also know what is the company vision. So this is ultimate, these things. So 8, 10, few growth factor, and this combination is work for me. So these are the things. And since I started MSME as a MSME or maybe small entrepreneur in 4.5 years, now I will share quickly my journey. I will not take much time, but I prepare my journey in a form of story, right? So not like a boring presentation, but form of the story. So using this all mantra and growth factor, I started V21 group in June 2018. So 4.5 years, I started this group by using good to great concept, using few mantra and ownership mentality with the team. So how it started? The first story is connecting the dot. The story is connecting the dot. So I think in 2018 to start an entrepreneur, and then I got good team member over 2018, 19, 20, and we all come together, 8, 10 like-minded people. And we started from one person. Now we have a 250 plus team of 4 years. So from 1 person to 250 team in 4 years. This is a story of connecting the dot. One more story of determination. So when I started first company into Pune, my most of team member are not from Pune. I mean, I was not aware about real estate industry. So for us, new game, new rule, new ground. In 2018, we just understand Pune and real estate and developer. And then 4 years, now we are like top, we have 100 plus developer. We have win 100 awards and practically 2,100 crore of GTV we sold in 4 year time. And this is record practically in Pune. So this is a story of determination. Why I am sharing this story, small, to give a belief system for MSME. So MSME can also do wonder things or create magic. So these are the, like, as I mentioned, awards and recognition. One more, 2019, we started one more vertical, the story of right people at right time at right place. So if you have a right co-founder or right CFO or right management, you can do wonder. So 2019, we met, 2019, precisely September. And after 3 years, that vertical deliver 100 crore of projects, 50 plus marquee MNC across 6 cities. So this is a story of right people at right time. And then the last one is explanation growth. The story explanation growth is from 15 lakh to now 2.5 million and 275 crore. So this is the story. So thank you very much, Team Bharat Manch, for giving me this opportunity. I say 2 parts. One is the few growth factor, and to give you a little bit of useful information. If you have a determination, you can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, if I may request, sir, if you could just in the center. Could we have Deepak, Mr. N.B. Shetty? We have Dr. Narendra on the stage, Dr. G. Ramesh Kumar, to kindly step on the stage. Sorry. Mr. P.N. Shetty, thank you so much. And once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Pandya, for joining us. Thank you. I think they still want one group photograph to happen. You know, if you continue doing this after a while, Dr. Narendra will just stand on the stage. So let's not get it to that state still. All right. We're going to quickly move ahead to the women empowerment in MSME sector and subsidies by the central and state government. In interest of time, of course, I won't be able to read out the entire thing, but I'm going to do my level best. Yes, very important timing. A highly effective influence in the field of women entrepreneurs, personal development and startup business. We're talking about somebody who has over 10 years of experience in stock market training and has won multiple awards. We're talking about none other than Ms. Purnima Chirishkar. Let's give her a warm round of applause whilst we welcome her. And of course, as you can see, a lot of awards to the lady out there joining us on the stage. Thank you, Purnima.
Namaste. Thank you, MSME Bharat Manch and रूपी बॉस. मैं आप सभी का पहले ही थैंक यू बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि मुझे एंड थैंक्स से नहीं बोलना है, आपके साथ काम करना है. 7 लाख प्लस ग्रुप जो महाराष्ट्र का है उसकी मैं फाउंडर, जो हमारा ग्रुप है द लीफ ऑफ वुमन एम्पावरमेंट, और मैं एनर्जी ग्रोथ पूर्णिमा मनीष शिरीषकर. लास्ट 10 ईयर्स से मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में हूँ और इकोनॉमिक्स अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम मोर देन मैंने 100+ ऑर्गेनाइज किए. अब तक 10,000 से भी ज्यादा महिलाओं को स्टॉक मार्केट मैंने सिखाया है. और हम लोग एक मिशन पे है कि घर घर में एक महिला उद्यमी हो, और उसी मिशन के साथ आज हम लोगों ने महाराष्ट्र के 7 लाख महिलाओं को व्यापार में जुड़वाया है. J Puduggiri has been started with the vision to provide a platform for women entrepreneurs to grow professionally. Our aim is to educate women on business networking. क्योंकि जब लॉकडाउन हुआ था तो समझ में आया कि अगर ये सब कुछ बंद हो रहा है तो नेटवर्किंग होना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि मोस्ट ऑफ हम लोग 1-to-1 एग्जीबिशन ही करते थे. अगर इंटरनेट बंद हुआ तो क्या होगा, तो ये सोच के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने नेटवर्किंग क्रिएट किया. अभी हमारा जो नेटवर्क है नॉट ओनली इन द महाराष्ट्र, तो गोवा, गुजरात, कर्नाटक एंड मध्य प्रदेश ऑल्सो. और फिर हम लोग MSME से जुड़ गए. MSME में काम करते समय बहुत सारी डिफिकल्टीज आई, क्योंकि एक तो हमारे पास उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट्स था लेकिन उसका यूज कैसे करना हमें नहीं आता था. मुझे लगता है हमारे यहाँ पे आज सब लोग MSMEs है और सभी के पास एक उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट होगा ही, लेकिन कभी वो उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट को नजदीक से कभी देखा है क्या? अगर नहीं देखा होगा तो आज हमारा खुद का उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट पहले देखिए, क्योंकि MSME के साथ जब मैंने काम करना स्टार्ट किया पूरे भारत में, और उसी के साथ बहुत सारी चीजें समझ में आई कि सिर्फ कौन सा भी प्रोग्राम सिर्फ सुनना नहीं है, तो उसके ऊपर एक्शन भी लेना बहुत जरूरी है. और पहले हम लोगों ने MSME के साथ 1 मई 2022 को महाराष्ट्र MSME एक्सपो ऑर्गेनाइज किया. उसमें समझ में आया कि कितने डिफिकल्टीज आती है MSMEs को, और अगर खुद का ग्रो बढ़ाना है तो किस तरह से हमें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए. तो यहाँ पे मैं दिखाना चाहूंगी, ये सबके पास उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट है, लेकिन इस उद्यम को हम लेकर जब MSME एग्जीबिशंस ऑर्गेनाइज किया था तो मोर देन 20+ उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट एग्जीबिशन में पार्टिसिपेट्स नहीं हो पा रहे थे. उसका रीजन यही है कि हम लोग मोस्ट ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में होते हैं, सर्विस सेक्टर में होते हैं, लेकिन हमें नहीं पता होता है कि हमारे उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट में हमारा एग्जैक्टली यूनिट कहाँ पे रजिस्टर हुआ है. तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट है तो परफेक्टली है, सर्विस सेक्टर है तो भी परफेक्टली है, बट एज अ मैन्युफैक्चरर, एज अ ट्रेडर करके जब उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट में आता है तो उनको कोई भी फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल नहीं है, क्योंकि गलती से उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन हम करने जाते हैं, लेकिन जिनके वजह से हमारा उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट इशू हुआ है, उन्होंने हमारे यूनिट पे, जहाँ पे हमारा सब क्राइटेरिया होता है कौन कौन से प्रोडक्ट्स हम लोग सेल कर रहे हैं, तो वहां पे बाय मिस्टेकली वो ट्रेडिंग में जाते हैं। और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऊपर जो दिख रहा है, तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट अदर सर्विस सेक्टर, तो वहां से गलती पे हम लोगों का ट्रेड करके सर्टिफिकेट इशू हो जाता है। तो ट्रेडिंग अगर सर्टिफिकेट है तो आप एग्जीबिशन में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं हो सकते। इस तरह से हमारा एमएसएमई, माय एमएसएमई गवर्नमेंट पोर्टल है। यहाँ पे हमारे पास एमएसएमई सर्टिफिकेट है, मैन्युफैक्चरर रजिस्टर है, इधर सर्विस सेक्टर रजिस्टर है, लेकिन कभी भी हम लोग ये कोशिश नहीं करते कि एमएसएमई गवर्नमेंट पोर्टल पे जाके खुद का उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट वेरीफाई करें। और ये वेरीफाई करना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि अगर हम लोग यहाँ पे वेरीफाई करते हैं तो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट पोर्टल के माध्यम से हम लोग हमारा खुद का बिजनेस पैन इंडिया एक्सपांड कर सकते हैं। और उसके लिए हमें एमएसएमई का एक तो एग्जीबिशंस अटेंड करना बहुत जरूरी है। ये सारे चीजें समझ में आने के बाद हम लोगों ने एक एक रजिस्ट्रेशन कंप्लीट किया, फिर हम लोग क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट में काम करने लगे। आज हमारे 4 क्लस्टर ऑल ओवर महाराष्ट्र में काम कर रहे हैं। महिला उद्यमी बने और हर एक घर में एक महिला उद्यमी बने, इस विजन और मिशन के साथ आज हम लोग काम करें। फिर यहाँ पे आप देखो, कोई एक स्फूर्ति करके एक स्कीम है। यहाँ पे स्कीम तो सारी चीजें हैं, लेकिन 1 to 1 अगर हम लोग देखने जाए तो आज का दिन बहुत ही कम बढ़ेगा। पहले तो हमें खुद को देखना चाहिए कि हम लोग सर्विस सेक्टर में आ रहे हैं या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में आ रहे हैं, ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है। एमएसएमई एग्जीबिशंस हम लोगों ने कंडक्ट किया, क्योंकि नेटवर्किंग बहुत स्ट्रांग होता है। कितने अभी कोशिश करें, लेकिन अगर नेटवर्क स्ट्रांग होता है तो हमारी सारी चीजें एज ए एमएसएमई बहुत जल्दी अचीव हो सकती है। तो हम लोगों ने एक कैंपिंग रेडी किया, एज अ मैन्युफैक्चरर, एज अ सर्विस सेक्टर एक साथ जुड़े, हम लोग इकट्ठा हुए और एमएसएमई के माध्यम से एग्जीबिशन करना है, रियम्बर्स पॉलिसी को अचीव करना है, ये हम लोगों ने ठान लिया था। और इसी वजह से हम लोगों ने वर्ल्ड ट्रेड सेंटर में एमएसएमई एग्जीबिशन ऑर्गेनाइज किया। एमएसएमई के सारे रूल्स, रेगुलेशंस, डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस हम लोगों ने सारे कंप्लीट किए। एज ए एमएसएमई हम लोग बहुत आलसी भी होते हैं, डॉक्यूमेंट्स अगर चीज सामने आती है तो थोड़ा हम लोग पीछे हटते हैं और इतने बिजी होते हैं अपने वर्किंग में कि उसके ऊपर ध्यान ही नहीं देते और बेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी हम लोग मिस करते हैं। एमएसएमई एग्जीबिशन के माध्यम से हम लोग जेम पोर्टल पे रजिस्टर हुए, ताकि हम लोग टेंडरिंग कर रहे हैं आज बहुत जगह पे, अलग अलग बड़े बड़े कंपनियों के साथ और रेलवे के साथ भी हम लोग टेंडरिंग कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं हम लोग बल्क में सेल कर रहे हैं, फूड सेक्टर हो, टेक्सटाइल हो, ज्वेलरी हो, गिफ्टिंग आइटम्स हो, उसमें हम लोग टेंडरिंग भी कर रहे हैं। बैंकों के साथ एसोसिएट हो चुके हैं। बैंक फाइनेंस हमेशा देती है, लेकिन हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स अगर परफेक्टली हो तो इस तरह से हम लोग आगे बढ़े। फिर हम लोगों ने एमएसएमई एजुकेशन एक्सपो भी किया, फिर महाराष्ट्र एमएसएमई एक्सपो किया, जहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के एमएसएमई सारे पार्टिसिपेट्स थे। फिर एमएसएमई के माध्यम से, उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट के माध्यम से इंडियन टूरिज्म के साथ एसोसिएट होके हम लोगों ने इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन भी किया। अब हमारा अपकमिंग एग्जीबिशन हो रहा है थाईलैंड में, ओनली फॉर फूड सेक्टर, और वहां पे भी हमें रियम्बर्स पॉलिसी इशू हो चुकी है। फिर हम लोग आगे बढ़ते चले गए। उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट्स का वैल्यू इतना बड़ा है कि हम लोग इंडिया में ही बहुत सारा काम कर सकते हैं, प्रोक्यूरमेंट्स कर सकते हैं, टेंडरिंग कर सकते हैं। और यहाँ पे सारे एमएसएमईज हैं, मैं उनको यही कहना चाहूंगी कि उद्यम सर्टिफिकेट का हम लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा बेनिफिट्स ले और आगे बढ़े। आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते हम लोग खादी इंडिया तक पहुंचे। आज हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स खादी इंडिया के साथ एसोसिएट्स हैं। मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में काम करते करते मैं पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पहुंच गई, लेकिन वहां पे भी समझ में आया कि महिलाएं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, फूड प्रोडक्ट्स में, ज्वेलरी में काफी अच्छा काम कर रही है, लेकिन उनको सपोर्ट की जरूरत है। अगर खादी इंडिया का अगर सपोर्ट मिलता है तो वो बहुत आगे बढ़ सकती है, क्योंकि खादी इंडिया के साथ एसोसिएट होने के लिए पीएमएजीपी के स्कीम के माध्यम से जाना बहुत जरूरी है। और बहुत सारे बैंक्स में पीएमएजीपी की स्कीम लागू है, कोशिश करना बहुत जरूरी है। सिंपली डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है, प्रोजेक्ट फाइल बनाना है और आगे बढ़ना है। खादी इंडिया के साथ एसोसिएट होने के बाद हमारे प्रोडक्ट पे एक लेबलिंग आता है खादी इंडिया करके, और उस लेबलिंग के वजह से हम लोग भारत के 100 से भी ज्यादा खादी इंडिया के शॉप के साथ एसोसिएट होके हमारे प्रोडक्ट सेलिंग के लिए यहाँ पे अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमें मिलती है, तो ये ग्रैब करना बहुत जरूरी है। एमएसएमई के साथ हम लोग एक न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आ रहे हैं, एमएसएमई स्टार्टअप एक्सपो। अगर अधिक जानकारी आपको अगर चाहिए तो आप एमएसएमई भारत मंच से कनेक्ट कीजिए। एम्पावरिंग द फ्यूचर थ्रू द एमएसएमई ओनली भारत मंच, एमएसएमई भारत मंच। थैंक यू।
Check. Thank you so much, Ms. Purnima, for joining us. We request you to please step in the center. If I could have Mr. P.N. Shetty to kindly join us. Could we have Dr. Ramesh Kumar? Could we have Adesh? As well as N.B. Shetty ji, if you're there. Sir, please, we'd like you to help us in the felicitation. I think wonderfully done session by Ms. Purnima. Let's give it a big, big round of applause. Come on to all the community. The energy needs to continue. And you know, it's so good to see a woman on the stage delivering such an amazing note. Congratulations, Purnima, on that. And we wish you all the very best with your future endeavors. On that front, it is now time for me to go ahead to the next one. We're talking about a session we've been all waiting for. It's going to be a keynote address on the MSME IPO. We're elated to have with us a professional who needs absolutely no introduction. We're talking about somebody who has been a synonymous, as Mr. P.N. Shetty rightly said, to the MSME IPOs. We're talking about somebody who, of course, with his 2 decades plus of experience in the capital market, spanning India's biggest custodian to India's biggest and largest stock exchange. His key roles have, of course, been setting up depository by the regional stock exchange, developing the derivatives market, and setting up the platform. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause. The head of VSE, SME, and Startup Bombay Stock Exchange, Mr. Ajay Thakur.
Respected Sri Anand Singhania ji, Sri Narendra Kumar ji, NV Sethi ji, PN Sethi ji, distinguished guests, I see a lot of faces whom I know. Here is written that my experience is 2 decades. I am totally, madam has made me too much young. Now my experience has gone to 30 years in the capital market. And all these 30 years I have been the part of the capital market. It has taught me a lot of things. Whatever I am today is because of Bombay Stock Exchange. In 90, though I'm associated with Bombay Stock Exchange since 96, but in 2010, November or December, I was told to take charge of SME platform. And let me tell you, I thought that it is the end of my career in Bombay Stock Exchange, because prior to that, OTCI was launched, which miserably failed. And wherever I go, you know, people ask me how you will take it. It will not be successful. It just a, you know, just exercise to make the public feel that there is a platform for MSME and MSMEs are important to the country. But somehow, you know, God also someone as a messenger through whom he wants to get the work done. And perhaps from somewhere motivation comes. I don't know from where the motivation has come, but I kept on working. And let me tell you, in last 12 years of SME platform, I have met 40,000 promoters across the country. Travel from east to west, north to south. I have spoken on in almost 1,800 seminars. BSE has, my colleagues, my seniors, my juniors have spoken on various other platforms. We have spoken on webinars. And of course, we all know and we have heard that the contribution of MSME is 30% and so on and so forth. But besides that, MSME also contributes in terms of number of sectors. They contribute to almost 8,000 sectors, 8,000 sectors. And if this country has to move to $10 trillion, $20 trillion, $30 trillion, $50 trillion, I don't know that number, then I think it's the duty of all the stakeholders to ensure that MSME should have sustainable growth. And let us not take pride of saying that I am a macro enterprise or a small enterprise or medium enterprise, but let us try to ensure that the macro enterprises should transform into a small enterprise, a small to medium, medium to large, and large to blue chip company. And for that, I think idea is nobody's monopoly. The problem is related to finance. If you have finance, all other things will fall in place. There are various sources of financing. You have heard all those things. Debt financing is there. Perhaps one financing, and I think that the equity financing is something which has not been understood by the market. And the reason for that, recently SEBI has done the survey, and they found that only 27% people are financially literate in this country, 27% of the people. But I think if you talk about managing the finance by the entrepreneurs at all levels, the literacy may be 0.01 or 0.2%. And most of these SME entrepreneurs are technocrats. They don't know the finance. And most of the times they end it at debt financing. And let me tell you, the one thing that is common among all the large corporates across the world, or those companies which become the large corporate over the years, is equity funding. All of them are listed entities. You talk about any company, all of them are listed enterprise. But what has happened, BSE has been in existence for last 145 years, formally, informally more than 200 years. We have got almost 5,000 companies listed. Out of that, around 3,200 to 3,500 are being traded daily. So number is very less. If you see the number of companies, this number looks very less. But these 3,800 companies which are listed on the stock exchange, both on SME and the main board together, have created a market capitalization of $3.5 trillion. And most of the times we say that it's more than the GDP of the country. First time it happened after COVID, that the market capitalization of the stock exchange has superseded the GDP of the country. So I think we have a long way to go. But in 10, 11 years or 12 years, when I traveled across the country, and many of the times I jokingly say that I traveled more than the Binoba Bhave across the country. Okay, and what I found that, though these SME promoters have got great skills, and most of the time when I spend 1 hour or 2 hours with them, they talk very high about them. Most of them are Harishchandra and Yudhishthir of the world. So I tell them, boss, your turnover, and let me tell you, all these promoters, what I found that their turnover ranges from 10 crores to 600 crores. The profit, what I found, ranges between 5 lakh rupees to 3 crores in 99% of the company. There were two reasons. One, of course, don't want to show the profit. That was one of the reasons. But the another reason what I found that the balance sheets were over leveraged. And I don't know whether to say them balance sheet or imbalance sheet. And most of the time it gives me, an impression that the promoter is running from pillar to post to service the debt rather to expand the business. And therefore it becomes very necessary. I don't say that debt financing is bad, but over leveraging with anything is very bad. Extreme of anything is bad. In Sanskrit, we say that ati sarvatra barjet. So extreme debt financing makes the balance sheet very poor. And let me tell you, when 10, 11 years back, when we were, coming out with this concept, we thought that let us open a platform for small and medium enterprises so that they don't have to depend only on debt financing and, they worsen their balance sheet, but but rather they start, leveraging the equity market also, so that, they get financing through equity dilution, and they don't have this fear in the mind that they have to service the equity every month. So that's why we have started this SME platform, but SME promoters are very, hard nut to crack. Many of the times you tell them everything, and the second time, once again, they say that Sita kiski patni thi. Pura Ramayana aap suna do, fir second time, third time, fourth time, they ask the same thing. Sometimes father get convinced, son doesn't get convinced. Sometimes son get convinced, father doesn't get convinced. And when father get convinced, spouse doesn't get convinced. When all three they get convinced, then chartered accountant don't get convinced. So you have to keep on convincing all the people. So only difference between the promoters who have benefited and for what we are doing for Parmarth. But we are trying to ensure that all the SME promoters who get associated with the stock exchange keep on expanding. And that's why if you see almost 6,000 crore fundraise has been raised by these 435 companies. And the market capitalization today is almost 66,500 crores. We have, in December 2012, we have started BSE SME IPO index with 100 as base. Today it's quoting 26,000. And many of the companies, let me tell you, many of these companies, Mr. Syed is sitting here, many of the companies, what we have seen, and let me tell you one example, and from that you will understand. In 2014, one company promoter met me. I was giving a speech in an event organized by Canara Bank. And after that event, two of the promoters get excited. And both of them rushed to me and said that I want to get listed. So one promoter's turnover was 8 crores, profit was 35 lakh. Another promoter turnover was 100 crores, profit was 2 crores. So I told them that, okay, please come. But I was more inclined towards 100 crore turnover company with 2 crores profit. But that guy never turned up. The another guy turned up, okay, next day. So I just want to avoid him because in 10 lines, at least he gives 4 abusive words. So somehow I was not very much, but he was inclined. He was very charged. He was very motivated. And finally, after 6 months, he got listed, his company. Last year, and at that point of time, the turnover was 10 crores and profit was 50 lakh. Last year, they have shown a turnover of 151 crores and profit after tax of 42 crores. And market capitalization is almost 500 crores. So, and this is a Maharashtra-based company. Let me tell you, it's not, Alauddin ka chirag that you come to BSE and it happens. But what happens, you before listing, and what is listing process? Listing process is like, moving from Banya model to corporate model. And when you move from Banya model to corporate model, what things come? If I keep on telling you that you bring transparency, you bring corporate governance, you delegate the power, you bring the transparency, you say that, okay, he's saying, let him say. Okay. But when you come to the listing space, slowly and slowly what happens as the market capitalization keep on going up, you started shifting and start adopting these practices, because you understand the benefits of all these things. And that's what has happened, that post-listing, many of the companies, because, in fact, in SME platform, we have relaxed the eligibility criteria, we have relaxed the compliances. Anand Chari will talk later on, my colleague. I think I have got very less time, we're running ahead of time. What we have tried to do here, that, first let the promoter bring on the stock exchange. And till bringing is the most difficult task. Till bringing onto the stock exchange was the most difficult task. Running behind the promoter, keep on motivating him, keep on charging him. And till listing, the promoter was telling me, sir, you are my mentor. Someone makes me mentor, someone makes me bada bhai, someone makes me father, leaf figure, and so on and so forth. Someone made me guru. But post-listing, not a single promoter called me. Because after listing, everybody got moked. Okay, so the only difficult part was till listing. After listing, everybody understood the benefit of listing. Now, what are the benefits of listing? And after that, giving one or two examples. And let me tell you what has happened. And prior to that, just how difficult it is to convince the promoter. There was a Rishi Balmiki who has written Ramayana. Prior to that, he was a criminal. So anyone comes, he just looted them. But then Vishnuji told Narad, by this guy will only write Ramayana. So you go and transform him. So finally, Narad came here to Balmiki and, then in a attire of a businessman. And again, he stopped him and told him to give all his, belongings. So Narad asked him that, you go and ask your family that whatever the sins that you are doing, are they partner in the crime? So he went back to his home and asked his family members, and everybody said that, no, we are not the partners in crime. So he got dejected, he got depressed, and he came to Narad and said that henceforth, I'm not going to do any crime. So what to do? So he said that Narad told him that, okay, you start saying Ram, Ram, Ram. But he has committed so much crime that he said that I can't speak Ram. So he told him that, okay, then what you can speak? He said that I can speak Mara, Mara, Mara. So he told him that, okay, start speaking Mara, Mara, Mara. And after speaking Mara, 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 slowly it goes into Ram. Okay, for me, all the promoters are like Balmiki. Some people learn saying Ram, Ram, Ram in 3 years, some 2 years, some in 1 year, some 6 months. And after that, everybody get listed and start writing Ramayana about their company. So these things happen, okay? So what are the benefits of listing? Number one, of course, you have used all sorts of financing, debt financing, your own financing, all the funds you have used. Now, please use the equity funding where you don't have any stress, any tension of servicing the equity. Just put it into the business and keep on expanding the business. That's the first thing. Second thing, healthy balance sheet. I have already talked about imbalanced sheet. Once equity funding comes, the fund outflow from your balance sheet gets reduced, so your balance sheet becomes healthy. The third, it brings transparency in your business. Fourth, you are a well-compliant company. Fifth, your credibility increases manyfold. People start believing you, people start trusting you. All the financiers started trusting you, whether it's a debt financer or equity financer, everybody will start trusting you. The fifth benefit, you can retain your employees by giving them ESOPs. But ESOPs of unlisted companies just like a piece of paper. When you give the ESOPs of a listed company, it becomes worth something. And let me tell you, loyalty is nothing. Ultimately, everybody in the world is materialistic. So if you want to retain the employee, just give these ESOPs, make them rich, and they will automatically become loyal. Seventh benefit is that, it becomes a collateral over the years. Your equity becomes collateral. Tomorrow, if you don't have much of the collateral, then you can, collateralize place your equity and get funds out of that. Say eighth benefit is there are only two people who print currency. One is Reserve Bank of India governor who prints the currency. If he gives you 2,000 rupee note, on that he says that I promise to pay the bearer 2,000. In Hindi, he writes, मैं धारक को 2,000 रुपया देने का वचन देता हूं. So like that, two things he read. And what is rupee? Rupee is the equity of government of India. As the economy appreciates, rupee value appreciates. If the economy comes down, value of rupee depreciates. There is another person who issues the currency, who prints the currency, as the promoter of the company. Okay, when you issue the share, you are issuing your own currency. The value of the denomination of the currency can be anything 50 rupees, 75 rupees, 100 rupees, 200 rupees. But you are much more powerful than the RBI governor because you never promised to pay the. But you are holding maximum shares in your hand. So as the value of your company keeps on going up, your net worth keeps on going up. But if for any reason, if the value of your shares comes down, nobody comes to your house and they start doing tandav. Okay, so that is the best part of the equity. But somehow I don't understand. I keep on saying all these things, but promoter said, "Sir, आगे क्या होगा? उसमें क्या हो जाएगा? ऐसा क्या हो जाएगा? ऐसा क्या हो जाएगा?" And every time, spending 1 hour, 2 hours behind all these companies and keep on convincing them. But somehow now we are seeing a lot of awareness has got created into the capital market, into the SME fraternity because of these type of events. Mostly we try to, as far as stock exchange, as far as BSE is concerned, we are trying to do these events in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where there are a lot of SME promoters, and they are, somehow we are not seeing very good consultants in tier 2, tier 3 cities. We are trying to develop not only the promoters, we are trying not only to reach to the promoters, but we are also talking to the chartered accountants, the cost accountants, or the company secretary, and motivating them to bring their companies from their areas on the stock exchange. And that's how I think there will be equitable growth in this country. So on that, we are working a lot. Our focus is to build this country through the equity market, and that we keep on doing. And as far as we have energy, let me tell you, but it's always very difficult to convince the promoter. When I started this SME platform, my blood pressure was 120/80. Now I have to take 3 tablets. So these things are happening and very difficult to convince. But I think Nandaji has risen to the occasion. I have to stop my speech, but let me tell you, and he is the ex-chairman, his order is my command. So only request to all of you that if you are SME promoters, please come on. We will give you warm welcome. We will support you. We will guide you under the laws of the land and ensure that you should keep on growing, but be a good promoter. Don't get carried away by the wrongdoers. And we will always give you red carpet welcome, that's for sure. If you are not SME promoters, if you are consultants, then motivate your promoters to get them listed. If you are not consultants, be our spokesperson, reach to all throughout the country, and tell those companies to come and get listed. With these words, thanks a lot to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. And we now have the honor of felicitating Mr. Ajay Thakur. And on that note, if I could have the honor of having Dr. G. Ramesh Kumar, could we have NB Shetty, could we have Mr. PN Shetty, could we have Daphne as well to join us? Let's give all of them a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Of course, Mr. Singhania has been very kind to join us as well on the stage. And I think having such immense leadership, it's of such a pivotal value today. I think it's only right to felicitate somebody who's very graceful with his time, Mr. Ajay Thakur, everyone. And for all his contribution towards the space of MSMEs, SMEs, let's give him once again a big, big round of applause. Yes, if we could have the opportunity of also having the sponsors to please join us. If we do have any of the sponsors in the room, we'd really request you to kindly join us and have this photographic. Hanji. Yes, sure. So if we have, of course, BSE SME, we've got Karnataka Bank, we've got Godrej Capital, we've got Taurus, we've got Parak Pay. If we could have everybody joining us, we've got Civil, we've got CIEO. If we could have all our sponsors and partners, I know many of them would be outside. Mr. Syed, if we could have you. Any other names, I'm always there too. Apologies, I don't know everyone personally in the room, but I think with that, let's give them a big round of applause. Yes, thank you so much. I think I feel I'm co-anchoring with Mr. Narendra ji. Let's give him once again a big round of applause. And of course, thank you so much, Mr. Thakur. And with that, at the end of our inaugural session, it is time for our concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us next is a dynamic, customer-centric fintech entrepreneur with 4 decades of extensive experience and expertise in leading businesses and mentoring people in Indian financial market. We're talking about none other than the Chairman, Rupee Boss Financial Services, Mr. N.B. Shetty.
Say namaskara to everybody. So thank you for all the speakers who have given a very thoughtful speeches on the going IPO for the SMEs. And I think who don't want to become millionaires and billionaires? So as Thakurji told, I mean, the hesitation with the people getting into equity is high on the SME sector. Mostly people believe in debt funding. Debt funding is a thing which will have the problem of servicing, and in future leveraging will be very difficult. And as a Rupee Boss, we are always in the debt sector. We always sell debt. But now MSME Bharat Manch, we try to help the MSME to come forward and get into equity financing. And anybody who has become millionaires and billionaires in this country only through investing in land and stock market. So I feel to get into that, certain things are required to be done, whether you call it a compliance or whether it is your own preparing a balance sheet and showing proper accounting and coming out with a clean kind of image. And in future it will help you to raise money which will be, I can't say it's the free money, it is your responsibility to the investors. But when you get into the equity market, your leveraging of debt will be easier, and approaching for debt in future also become easier. So I request all the MSME participants here, look into this fact, how to get into a equity market and can leverage your future debt as well as expand your business. And I thank all the participants and all the speakers in this session. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. N.B. Shetty. And ladies and gentlemen, on that front, it is time for us to move ahead to the next workshop on IPO. First up, for the Chief Workshop Director, who's going to be joining us. First up, the Chairman and Managing Director, Exicon Group of Companies, successful IPO listed MSME. We're talking about the pre and post journey of their IPO. We're talking about none other than the first generation serial entrepreneur with expert experience of over 25 years in conventions and fair, media, hospitality, F&B, FMCG, and international trading, Mr. M.Q. Syed. Let's give him a warm round of applause whilst as we welcome him. And joining Mr. Syed is going to be the Deputy General Manager and Regional Head, Karnataka Bank, who's going to be talking on the investment banking perspective, Mr. Ivor Miscuit. Let's give him once again a big round of applause. Do we have Mr. Ivor joining in? Meanwhile, if I could have the opportunity of inviting Mr. Syed to start off with his session.
Why not we simply answer the questions by you? You'll be much more interactive on that.
I don't have the question. I don't have a particular question.
What are you doing? You are in the journey. How, what are you doing?
You can start off.
Hi. Hi, Syed.
Ivor.
So we two are now on the stage and we are told to share our respective journeys. We had a wonderful session right before us of Mr. Ajay Thakur, who obviously needs no introduction. But let me tell you that I too come from a very humble background, and being an MSME, I started my journey in 1997 with a small capital of 2,300 rupees. Today, you may think that this amount of money is just meager to even, spend a day with. But that point of time, this money was like getting a loan from the bank at no rate of interest, zero rate of interest. So that's how we started in 1997. Today, Hexagon Group of companies has presence in 5 countries, had its own subsidiaries and companies, and plus presence of 23 countries through the agents network of selling and marketing exhibitions and trade fairs. So trade fairs and exhibitions has been our forte. And we are proud to say that we are India's first 360-degree exhibition company to be listed on a stock exchange. And on a lighter note, I would like to thank Karnataka Bank as well as CIBIL for making sure that MSMEs and entrepreneurs like us should look forward for some other options, not the lending from the bank, So, so because we found that, as rightly mentioned by Mr. Ajay Thakur, that, lending through the bank may be not a great idea for people like us, with due respect to your sponsors. And of course, when it comes to the value creation, when it comes to the, reaching out to a specific target and your goals, then the capital market and stock market is the best. And I can see a few of my industry fraternity members here from exhibition industry. Vishal Ganju, the General Secretary of Council of Indian Exhibition Organizers. I can also see Abhishek Jain and the others who are from the exhibition industry, and they've been part of this industry in long. And we always want all of them to also come on this platform and share the journey. So this is about a bit of a journey. We started in 1997. Today, Hexagon Group is the only company in the country with 360-degree solution of trade fairs and exhibitions, and the only listed company on the Bombay Stock Exchange SME to be from this domain. And successfully, we got listed on 17th of April. And in a month, our market capitalization is almost touching 200 crores. This is just one of the divisions. Yeah. So the journey is, of course, there are so many up and downs, and I really don't want to, discourage you or encourage you out here, because we have a limited time span to speak about whatever you want to say. So only thing is that everybody has got that power, that spark, that confidence to really move forward. And I personally advise all of you to take the route of the capital market, take the route of the exchange to really grow yourself, because there is no other reason why you will not go with this exchange when you are otherwise paying around 14 to 15% of rate of interest if you're getting the debt from the banks. And if you look at the overall profitability, generally talking, any company is not making more than 15% of the PAT. So what does it mean? It simply means that you are taking out a loan of, any amount of money, non-collateral perhaps, at a rate of interest of 15, 16%, and you are working 100% harder to ensure that only that loan is being paid off by you. So why to get into that is my own personal perspective. Please don't mind. I, again, with due disclaimer to the sponsors here, Karnataka Bank and, CIBIL. So that's all from my side. I really encourage all of you to please come forward, be part of the journey, be with us. I am there, Council of Indian Exhibition Organizers, who's also partnered with this event, is there to support and help all the exhibition industry fraternity members to come forward and get listed. And with these words, I would like to give this mic to the beautiful lady out here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. M.Q. Syedji. Would request you to kindly be seated, and Firstly, thank you for being so accommodative with your schedule and sharing your vision ahead. I'm so elated that we've just got a confirmation that our Chief Workshop Associate Director, who's going to be with this conversation, we have with us the DGM, BSE, SME, and Startup, Bombay Stock Exchange. He's somebody who has had a professional journey of more than 3 decades in the BFSI sector and has handled various positions in the retail sales, institutional sales, channel development, and branch network management. Please allow me to welcome none other than Mr. Anand Cherry to join us. And of course, I'd like to re-invite on stage to talk on the investment banking perspective, Deputy General Manager and Regional Head of Karnataka Bank, Mr. Ivor. Let's give him once again a warm round of applause. So Anand, thank you so much for being so kind with your time, and over to you. And of course, Ivor is going to be taking forward with his session as well shortly. And you being the the Chief Workshop Associate Director, we thought it's wise enough to have you on the stage. And after having Mr. Syed deliver, I'd leave it up to you as to how to curate it forward. And if Mr. Ivor would like to step in, we will be more than welcome to hear from him. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. सब लोग सो गए हैं लग रहा है? Yeah, because I'm coming at the 7th or 8th down, so it becomes very difficult for you to perform. अभी 2 बॉल में 10 रन मारना है, because already my boss and mentor has already spoken about the overall capital market, what we do as a team. So my name is Anand Cherry. I work with Ajay Bhai for almost 6 years now. Out of my 30 years of career, predominantly worked on the asset management side. I've seen the capital market from the other side of. अभी काफी लोगों ने बात कर लिया है और मेरे पास कुछ बोलने के लिए नहीं है, तो फिर अभी हमको 10 मिनट टाइम दिया है, तो लेट मी मेक इट मोर इंटरैक्टिव. सो कितने लोग यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करते हैं मार्केट में, कैपिटल मार्केट और म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड ऑल? हाउ मेनी पीपल? Oh, very nice, very good numbers. So how many people are directly investing into the equity market? Very nice. So how many people go and see the balance sheet, analyze, see the fundamentals, model of the company, everything उसको analyze करने के बाद कितने लोग कर पाते हैं? Oh, very few, very good numbers. So आप एक देख लीजिएगा कि most of the people who have shown their hands up, almost 50% of the people are not showing the hands when they are asking about the fundamentals and everything. Predominantly, they work on the herd mentality or the friends giving them the tip or something like that. Right or wrong? करेक्ट है ना? तो मैं यही बोलना चाहूंगा कि अभी तक जितने लोगों ने बोला, आनंद सिंघानिया जी ने बोला, अजय भाई ने बोला, मेनी प्रोमोटर्स एंड कर्नाटका बैंक स्पोक्सपर्सन हैज स्पोकन, मैं यही चीज बोलूंगा, जिसके बारे में आपको जानकारी नहीं है तब भी आप इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए रेडी हैं. द काइंड ऑफ रिस्क यू आर टेकिंग एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, you are already taken a risk of launching a company and giving and providing jobs for all the people. तो जहां पे हम लोग रिस्क नहीं ले सकते हैं, मेरे जैसा भाषण दे सकते हैं वो. करेक्ट है कि नहीं है? Because I can't take a risk of running a company and creating a job. That's one of the reason I'm on the regulator side, where I'm giving you or trying to enlighten you what all the knowledge I've gained in last 30 years of my career. तो एक ही चीज आप समझ लीजिएगा कि अगर आप जिस तरह अगर बैलेंस शीट देखे बिना इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं, अगर मैं बोलूंगा कि जब आपके बैलेंस शीट के बारे में आपको ज्यादा पता है, यू शुड बी इन्वेस्टिंग मोर टाइम एंड मनी ऑन योर कंपनी. राइट और रॉन्ग? बिकॉज आपकी कंपनी के बारे में आपको ज्यादा पता है. When you are investing into the capital market, probably you will not be seeing any balance sheet or knowing much about the business model profitability. You are carrying a higher risk. So जितने entrepreneurs यहाँ पर हैं, I would request them all that at least start investing more time and money on your own company, where you know कि क्या होने वाला है यहाँ पे. जितने लोगों से मैं बात करता हूँ, lot of people are writing books nowadays. lot of people have written about lot of people, like earlier somebody spoke about the Mahatma Gandhi ji taking about their membership in IMC. Anand Singhani ji ने बोला, कितने लोगों ने महात्मा गांधी के बारे में बुक्स लिखा होगा? काफी लोगों ने लिखा होगा. But I could really see that most of the people will read the books which has been written by the foreigners. आप बताइए कि महात्मा गांधी जी इंडिया में पैदा हुए, इंडिया में रहे हैं, हम लोग उनके बारे में ज्यादा जानते हैं कि फॉरेनर्स जानेंगे? करेक्ट है? सो जितने लोग बुक पढ़ते हैं, फॉरेनर्स ने बुक लिख लिया, तो प्रोबेबली दे विल ट्राई टू सी दैट कि उन्होंने क्या लिखा है. आप सोचिए कि घर में क्या हो रहा है, उसमें क्या हिसाब किताब आपकी बीवी को पता होगा और आपको पता होगा. और महात्मा गांधी के बारे में हम लोग ज्यादा जानते हैं, बट स्टिल वी विल सी दैट कि वेस्टर्नर्स क्या लिख रहे हैं हमारे बारे में. सो इंपॉर्टेंट यही है कि आपके बारे में आपको पहले जानना है कि व्हाट इज योर पोटेंशियल. And most of the speakers, early speakers have spoken about their potential, strength and everything. मैं ये बोलूंगा कि आपके अंदर इतनी स्ट्रेंथ है कि आपने सबसे सेकंड रिस्क लिया है. मेरे लाइफ में एक ही टाइम रिस्क लिया था when I got married. ठीक है. Second risk, as an individual people who are sitting over here, I bow down to them is that you are taking a risk in launching a company and giving and providing jobs, which is a job creator is a very toughest job. तो मैं यही बोलूंगा कि सबके लिए, आप सबके लिए, आप लोग एक बार क्लैप बजाइए. The kind of risk you are trying to take in your life and creating the, because of which we are today here celebrating along with Rupee Boss, PN Strategy. I'm thankful to Ramesh ji for coordinating tirelessly each and every night, sending message at 10:30 in the night. We have spoken together, and really it's a very good job. And Narendra ji has been coordinating, and at his age and experience, probably मेरे को मालूम नहीं था what he does it. And honestly, I spoken to him in the morning. Sorry for the conversation which I had with him, little bit of heated one when I spoke to him, and I'd like to say sorry in front of the audience, but I didn't know about his caliber and all, but I told him the suggestion what he has given, it has been implemented. That is the reason I would have been harsh on my language. So एक ही चीज है कि जिस तरह अजय भाई ने अभी थोड़ी देर बताया कि what all company can get listed. I'll touch upon the listing criteria. The listing criteria says that the company should be in existence for 3 years. So out of 3 years, the company should have an operating profit 1 year. Not all the year. If you have 1 year of profitability, the company can get listed. Third point is that the company should have a net tangible assets of 1.5 crores. Land, machinery जो है आपका उतना होना चाहिए. Fourth point is that the company should have a website, and the company shares will be traded on the demat format. It will be compulsory dematted. Last not the least, the company should not have any litigations against them, against the promoter also. Very important point for the people who are running a business. If there is a litigations, probably it becomes difficult for you to sail off smoothly on the documentation part on the exchange when you're filing the documents. And very important point, if the company is not completed 2-3 years of existence, if the company has got a 2 years of existence, probably, then the company should be funded by any government institution or a bank funding should be there. If the companies who are not completed 3 years of existence, 2 years of existence, but that should be funded by government institution or a banks, they can get listed, or the company's group company should be listed on our SME platform or the main board of an exchange. This is the simple criteria laid on by SEBI, and most of the company which Ajay Bhai spoke about, 435 companies have got listed. They have raised more than 4,500 crores. Today it's valued at 66,500 crores. That the wealth creation happened through this platform. And I could really see out of this 435 companies, almost 168 companies have migrated to the main board. यहाँ पे हम क्या कर रहे हैं? The example which most of the forums we have been talking and Ajay Bhai have been talking is that कि हम लोग यहाँ पे गली क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं और बॉक्स क्रिकेट. Most of the people want to get into the Indian team. Difficulty क्या है कि वो जो जर्नी है, मैराथन है, उन लोग को रन करने के लिए दिक्कत आ रही है. So what we provide here is that 2 years of journey where you're going to do the corporate governance and compliance, discipline yourself, getting into the BCCI becomes very easy. क्योंकि यहाँ पे क्या है, जितने भी investors आते हैं, they know the format of listed. So when you are not listed and you're playing a gully cricket, they are not able to see you and recognize you. So when you're playing onto the format of IPL or the other trophy, Ranji Trophy, which you are going to play when you're listed on the listed space in SME, it becomes easy for the capital market guys and HNI investors to recognize you and start investing into the company. So we have seen a lot of inflows coming up recently into the IPOs from QIBs. We have seen FII funding coming up in a company called Synergy Green from Kolhapur. Till the time they were not listed, nobody knew about the company's existence in Kolhapur. When they got listed and they had an issue size of 25 crores, 14 crores have come in from Manchester International. So you can accept that one fact is that when you are visible, it will be easy for the investors to invest in the company. Thank you. So 7 dawn aane ke baad, it becomes a little difficult to elaborate more. Already, I think a lot of been spoken. And the second one more important I would like to touch upon is the compliance part for the people who are listening. Most of the people feel that is a hurdle for them to take the decision. Here we have a relaxed guidelines where you are going to do a half-yearly unaudited with limited review. This is the compliance part you are going to do, because when you migrate to the main board, you are going to do a quarterly audited one. So the compliance over here is relaxed. It's going to be half-yearly. It's going to be cost-effective for the entrepreneurs who are listening today. And GST coming in place, you're doing an audited yearly. That copy has to be marked to our website and one copy has to be uploaded onto your company website. That's a compliance. If you have any myths, Any clarification required, we both are there today to help you out. And as such, already Aljebe has welcomed you with the red carpet. I'm there to help you out to the last leg of the company before the listing. And after the listing also, the companies who are there today, Sayyad Ji and Sekmark Ramaya is also there. We've done the same thing. Probably they will talk about their own journey and what type of a smooth transition they had when they got listed and how happy they are. You can look at their face today. And probably they are there sitting along with us to explain and probably share their experience, what has been the journey for them. Thank you for listening to me patiently. Probably we'll add on to the sessions later on going on. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add a clarification, I'm not from Karnataka Bank. My background is that I'm one of the directors of Indo-Orient Financial Services, which is a merchant banking entity. But nevertheless, eminent entrepreneurs in the audience today, the team at Rupee Boss, MSME Bharat Manch for putting together a wonderful program, and my respected colleagues from the industry. I would want to just spend a few minutes. I'll just run through some slides, giving you a perspective of पैसा आएगा कि नहीं. अभी अजय जी ने और आनंद जी ने बोला है कि you must come and list. You've seen entrepreneurs talk about their experiences, and one more will add to that repertoire. But the fundamental question is, will you get money? What do investors look at when you go and sell your story, right? Because that's very important. So I'm just going to give you our perspective. We are bankers. It is our responsibility to help you raise money. And I'm just going to share a few perspectives from that standpoint. So firstly is, will investors invest? And I think Anand touched upon it slightly, but I'm giving you some stats here. Companies across the top 10 for 2023 and 2022. And you're seeing the issue size, you're seeing the amount invested by, so QIB means a qualified institutional investor. So these would be alternate investment funds, mutual funds, family offices, all which run under a corporate entity structure and are registered as a qualified institutional investor. The non-retail portion and the retail portion, right? And if you see the numbers, this is the number of times. So it's like if you ask for 10 crores, investors have actually given a company 600 crores, right? So, or 6,000 crores. But it's not that you can keep that money, you have to return that money. You can only keep how much you want. So that's the bottom line. But I think the beauty of the SME platform is over the last year and a half, SME IPOs have seen much larger interest from investors as compared to even main board. So main board IPOs have struggled, and we having done both, we've done a main board IPO, we've done SME IPOs, and I can vouch for that SME IPOs are seeing a lot of interest. So these are stats which corroborate that fact. And if you see the QIB portion, there are companies which have actually where qualified institutional investors have come and invested. What do investors see and want to see in a company? So how do you present your story? And that is where also bankers like us will come and play a role. Because at the end of the day, investors, very important to see what has been the history of the company. How have you grown the company? Top line, bottom line, profitability, business strategy, right? So the history of the company will give an investor confidence in terms of what you're going to achieve in the future. What is your objective? What is the need for raising money? So I think fundamentally, when we get clients who come to us and say, I want to do an SME IPO, let's talk about valuations, kind of puts us off, because we are like, what do you want to do with valuations? The fundamental issue is how much money you want to raise, because that itself helps you convey the story to an investor. The investor is going to give you growth capital, right? Investors do not, in an SME IPO, I think it's important for this audience to understand is SME IPOs generally do not allow for or are not very attractive when it comes to giving an exit to an investor, right? So you need to have a growth story. You need to tell the investor, boss, I'm raising money because this is the opportunity I see and this is how I'm going to deploy my funds. The third is corporate governance. And yes, it is a known fact that SME companies would be low on corporate governance. But I think as part of that process, to file a prospectus, to position yourselves with investors. You've got enough time. It generally takes 3 to 6 months. And that's the timeline that we work with for a company to go public. And as part of that journey, we'll help a company upgrade their corporate governance standards. So you have to look at a composition of your board and other matrices that help you present yourself to an investor. There is a criteria where you will need to have independent directors on board, right? So all of these are very important. And it's also important to see what kind of independent directors you bring on board. You just cannot bring your friends and people that you know. I think it is important because investors pay a lot of attention to the composition of the board. The board should give them the confidence that this company will be run very efficiently. The next is, how do you present what is the opportunity that you see in the industry? Whether are you going to gain market share from existing players? Are you going to increase the pie? Are you going to grow domestically? Are you going to grow internationally? Right? So this is very important for you to be able to communicate. And the last point, and why I say it's the last point, is valuation comes at the very end, because once all of these factors have created an impact, valuation will automatically get factored in. And when you're talking about valuation, again, valuation will not be looked at in isolation. You will have to give comparators. Okay, if you've got peer groups who have already been listed, what valuations are they commanding? Have there been any private equity deals in the sector that you operate, and what have been valuations there? So all of that will be kind of the story building exercise, which finally gets you the valuation. So here again, some examples of qualified institutions and qualified investors who have invested in IPOs. So again, it just corroborates the fact that you will get quality investors if you have a good story to sell. Again, why do investors investors? Because they want to earn returns on their investment, right? Investors will always have a trade-off to say, okay, look, if I want to invest in FDs or existing listed entities, what are the type of returns I will make versus why should I invest in a new company that is going public? So we have to be able to sell that story. And I think some of these stats actually help corroborate and present that SMEs present an excellent opportunity for investors to make money. Look at companies which have been just a year old on the exchange and look at the amount of returns that they have created. 1000% gains for an investor, right? Even if you see, take out the COVID impact over the last 2 years, if you see companies listed in 2019 and you look at the returns, now that is what attracts investors. And that's what we kind of showcase when we talk to our investors. I'm just going to quickly go through one case study and we can talk about this in more detail if people are interested. So this company went public in 2016. They raised 2 crores at a valuation of 7 crores. Today, the company is valued at close to 500 crores, right? And a lot of Ajay ji also has mentioned about such success stories. But you see what they have done with the money. They've raised money and you look at the growth in the top line, you look at the growth in the profitability. That is very important. What investors want to see is what have you done with the money? Have you used it judiciously? Have you been able to grow the company? And this is a story that is something that helps us to sell new transactions to investors. Why I have put the number of fixed assets is a lot of promoters come and ask, but I've got 100 crores worth of assets on the books. How does that impact the valuation? Unfortunately, the amount of assets you have does not impact valuation. Investors are not interested in your assets. They're interested in what do you do with those assets. So if you have 100 crores of assets on your books, your turnover should be not less than 400 crores. If your turnover is anything less than that, it shows that you're not utilizing your assets very well. And that creates a problem, right? So closing remarks. I think it's important for promoters to say, we understand that there's an opportunity to raise money other than debt. Go and talk to the right people. Go and talk to the exchange. Go and talk to bankers like us. Evaluate the opportunity. We don't charge anything for coming and talking to us, right? It's all free consulting, pro bono. If you have any of these myths, I think these are all not really relevant. There is nothing in terms of compliances, very low on compliances. If you think there's a lot of confidentiality that you lose, let's understand today with the new regime, GST, digitization, all your records are in public domain. I can go and pull out data of all unlisted companies, right? People always believe that, is it too early to go public? Is there a risk? I think that is something that you should help us address. You should bring the questions up and we'll help you find a solution to it or an answer to it. Ajay ji and I were on a seminar years back and a promoter came and asked us, what is my risk of taking money from public markets? So the first question that we asked him is, when you took money from a bank, did you ask the same question? He said, no. So why not? You're taking money right at the end of the day. At least in the equity markets, you don't have an obligation to repay. For a bank, you're giving collateral and you have an obligation to repay. So if you don't ask the question then, you shouldn't ask the question now. But there is a risk to a promoter. While you do not have a repayment obligation, there is a reputational risk. A lot of people who are known to you, when you go public, they will put money in your company, right? And there's a obligation for you to repay that trust and to give them the returns that they expect. So that's about it. I think quick summary in terms of what you can expect. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
So if you have any questions from the audience, possibly. Yeah. So we can start having an interactive. It will be more easier for us to understand your pain points. Possibly whatever best we can address, we can really enlighten with that. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Dr. Satyan Gupta. I have a startup which I'm motivated to go for listing as Mr. Ajay motivated us. But my question first to Mr. Chari is that, like you mentioned, 1 year profit should be there in, and you should be 3 years old. So luckily I'm there, but problem is first year I had the profit and second and third year I went into loss. So am I still eligible for this IPO?
So this is into a startup. What type of a company we have? Because we have a separate platform called startup. We're given approvals for the company which is based in IT and ITS company. It's a manufacturing company or what?
No, it's a service company, managed service company, managed services.
Okay. So if you're having we have to see the balance exactly. If you have an operating profit, probably it can be eligible one.
Now we don't have operating profit, but 1 year I had.
1 year starting. So possibly we have to see that this year what profitability we are going to show, or probably we have to wait for 1 year, 2024, to get the company listed.
Okay,
you have to have operating profit on 1 year when you're going to get listed the company.
Oh, on the last year.
Last year.
Not the
out of the 3 years, possibly it will be the recent one. It becomes easier for the merchant banker to raise the fund also and showcase the company into the market to get you funding from the market.
Okay.
And on this
Yeah.
particular case,
Thank
maybe,
you.
Current year will
guys
be
could-
very important.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Mr. Shetty?
Yes, I got your point, sir. So out of 3 years, 1 year should be profit, but the current year will be very important for us. Yeah. Preparable is the last one. Maybe this one. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
My name is S.V. Mohindra. I am running an industry named that Pune Udyog for last 43 years. We are having lot of defense orders, and I have written a book also, Ups and Downs of an Entrepreneur. See what happened with us. We had 2 crore 40 lakh rupees assets, in defense order of 6.12 crore, 10 parties failed one after the other. And the result was that they did not give the drawing. My account became NPA for 15 lakhs only, and 1 crore was my limit, which was fully normal. But what happened? State Bank of Hyderabad was taken over by State Bank of India. Then for that 2.4 crore value, they put a lock on my unit, MSME, under Surface Act. And I sold my whole property and paid back all the loans. Now I've got about 50 lakh orders of defense, but State Bank was saying, since you have settled the account, we will not pay you. And I can get crores of rupees order because 43 years I have given the thing. We have 458 registrations of defense. And even today we are running. When the bank had locked, still we were running. Now State Bank has refused. You have settled. We were not given, made, willful defaulter because order was cancelled. 6 crore order was cancelled. And Ordnance Factory Korea did not give all the drawings. Now my question is this: how can you help now? Because as on date also factory is running and we have very good potential. So will we be eligible?
Okay, so they just want like a piece of advice, so we can get that offline connected, sir. Thank you for sharing it.
But stop.
Yes.
Small 2 lines. Will we be eligible?
Sir,
for this.
Yeah,
when we have
sure.
made the
Thank
company
you.
NPA and we have done the one-time settlement,
Yes.
firstly, we have to see the balance sheet of the company, what presently we are doing the business. Unless until we have a fundamentally strong balance sheet with the requirements, what we have as a regulator, then there should not be a problem. If we don't have it, then it will be a difficult task for you to sail off or file the document for the listing thing.
No, balance sheet is perfect. All profits are there.
So
and-
further
minute.
questioning, yes, Mr. Thakur. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ajay ji?
Hey, thank you. We got your issue. See, first of all, let me tell you, keep in mind 3 points, which are the eligibility criteria for listing. And one thing always keep in mind that, maybe 1 million times if you chant Ram, Ram, you will get Ram. But 100 million times if you chant money, 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 you will not get money. So, see, business is run on 2 things, top line and bottom line. Here, no one is ready to feel pity on you when it comes to money. Even brother don't give brother money, and even sister don't give brother money. So, as far as the stock exchange is concerned, we have specified 3 eligibility criteria. Number 1, you should be in existence for a minimum period of 3 years. Out of 3 years, any 1 year you should have operating profit. Third, your net tangible assets should be minimum 1.5 crore. Fourth, you should not be referred to, or you should not have become a NPA. That is the 4th thing. Fifth, you may have litigation against you, any litigation, but it should not be, you should not be held criminal by the court of law, or you should not have been declared insolvent by any jurisdiction. If you are not, then you are eligible to get listed. So these are the 4 things that you should keep in mind. When I am talking about company, it means that in any form, whether you are a proprietorship business, whether you are a partnership, you are a LLP, or you are private limited or public limited, in any form, if you are for a minimum period of 3 years and 1 year of operating profit, you are eligible to get listed. That's the one. That's the eligibility criteria. Now, many of the times what we see, company having turnover but lesser profit, but very good business model, very easily attract the investors. Many of the times we see that top line is very good, profit margin is very less, investors are not interested. So we are providing you as a stock exchange, my job is to provide you the platform where demand and supply meet. So if the investors are ready to fund you, you are welcome to the stock exchange. You just talk to the merchant banker, is sitting here, you talk to him. He will take you to the investors, reach to the investors, and see that a fund can be raised or not. But if all the investors will disagree and we are not ready to fund you, then it will become difficult. That's how the stock market works. On banks, I am not the competent person to comment. Banking officials are there. You can talk to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thakur. All right. We have, yes, can we pass the mic, please? And just a simple request, please keep it short and concise, directly the question so we can get more input from them.
एकदम छोटा सा सवाल.
हाँ जी, please बोलिए. Yeah, first, sir, you start. The one in this ahead, yeah.
सैयद सर, congratulations. सबसे पहला बात ये कि आपने एक बेंचमार्क सेट किया है एग्जीबिशन कंपनी के लिए. You're the first one to get listed on SME exchange. We belong to the same industry. Second thing, चारी सर, अगर हम डायरेक्ट अप्रोच करना है for the SME IPO, we are okay with all the criterias, all the 7 points to get listed. तो हमें आइवर सर के पास में जाना पड़ेगा.
देखिए, इसमें कैटेगरी 1 मर्चेंट बैंकर की जरूरत है एज अ रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन बाय सेबी. सो आपको मर्चेंट बैंकर ही आपको फंड रेज करके देंगे. एज अजय भाई सेड, वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग द प्लेटफॉर्म. सो समवेयर यू हैव टू मीट देम एंड अंडरस्टैंड how the process is going to be there, what all things has to be done, and their role, what he has explained earlier in the slide. So you require a category 1 merchant banker for launching your company on the any exchange in India.
So it is compulsory to have the merchant banker.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the questions.
Yes.
Sir, I have the similar kind of question, the same line is such. My name is Rahul Timbadia. My company is Saj Hotels Private Limited. Under the during this process of any company being listed, I think many parties get involved in this. Possibly one is merchant banker, I've heard of another term like market makers also. So I would like to understand from you the role to be played by merchant bankers and also by another parties.
सी मर्चेंट बैंकर का रोल ये है कि वो फंड रेज करके देंगे, आपकी कंपनी का लिस्टिंग करेंगे, बिकॉज उनका ड्यू डिलिजेंस से लेके सब काम उनका ही है. जो आपका डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाना है, एक्सचेंज में डीआरएचपी जो ड्राफ्ट रेड हियरिंग प्रोस्पेक्ट बोलते हैं, फाइलिंग करने से लेके जो ड्यू डिलिजेंस का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उनके ऊपर है, क्योंकि इसमें हमने हार्ड अंडर रिटन लिखा हुआ है. तो इसलिए क्या है कि आपकी कंपनी का अगर इशू ओपन होता है तो उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि फंडिंग करके कंपनी को लिस्ट कराना, क्योंकि एसएमई प्लेटफॉर्म में इशू डिवॉल्व नहीं हो सकता है. तो कंपनी अगर ओपन कर चुकी है तो इशू को सब्सक्राइब करने की जिम्मेदारी जो है मर्चेंट बैंकर की है. पहली बात ये है, उनकी रोल है कि फंडिंग कराना और इन्वेस्टर लेके आने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उनकी है. सेकंड, आपने जो सवाल किया मार्केट मेकर का, उसमें जो ब्रोकिंग आर्म है, जितना मर्चेंट बैंकर करते हैं उनका ही खुद का ब्रोकिंग आर्म है, जो हमारे पास रजिस्टर्ड रहते हैं स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में, वो आपको लिक्विडिटी विंडो क्रिएट करेंगे. अगर आपकी कंपनी लिस्ट हो चुकी है, एनीबडी वांट्स टू बाय द स्टॉक और दे वांट टू सेल द स्टॉक, देयर शुड बी अ लिक्विडिटी विंडो, उसको बोलते हैं मार्केट मेकर करके. उसके अंदर नया कॉन्सेप्ट सेबी ने खाली एसएमई प्लेटफॉर्म में इंट्रोड्यूस किया है इसको. इनका जो ब्रोकिंग आर्म होगा मर्चेंट बैंकर का, जो आपकी आईपीओ लेके आएंगे, दे विल ट्राई टू पुट अ बाय एंड सेल बिड ऑन बिहाफ द कंपनी 75% ऑफ द मार्केट टाइम. तो ये कंपल्सन है उनके पास, 3 years कंपल्सरी है उनके पास मार्केट मेकिंग करने की, टिल द टाइम यू मूव ऑन टू द मेन बोर्ड. तो 9:15 से लेके 3:30 तक मार्केट टाइमिंग है. उसमें 75% ऑफ द टाइम दे हैव टू पुट अ बाय एंड सेल बिड for creating a liquidity for the investors who want to buy and sell your company after listing.
So both these parties charge us. Both these parties charge something to us, right?
Yeah, they will be charging you the fees. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And of course, MSME Bharat Manch is of course going to take these
one thing
conversations
that
forward. Yes, sir.
One thing is this, your 1-point solution will be the merchant banker. See, there is not only one, intermediary involved in the market. There are 5-6 intermediaries. But for a promoter, it's the merchant banker who is the one-stop solution. Don't have to worry for other intermediary, whether it's market maker, underwriter, syndicate member. There are 10-12 categories. So you don't have to run from pillar to post meeting all these people. You just approach to the merchant banker, and after that, merchant banker job gets involved.
Thank you so much. Before we go on to one more question, we also have some online questions as well. So if the team can get that curated, could we have any of the online questions? Please go ahead, Ms. Bhattacharya.
Yes, Mr. Abhishek Gupta is asking, how do large investors get exit as there is not much liquidity in BSE SME exchange?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, Mr. Abhishek Gupta asks, how do large investors get exit as there is not much liquidity in BSE SME exchange?
See, now the liquidity has started. Okay, and we have the concept of market maker. Market maker's job is to provide two-way quotes. They are ready to buy and they are ready to sell. So at any point of time, if any investor want to sell their stock and the other investors are not available, then it's the market maker's job to absorb that selling. And at the same time, if the investors want to buy and other investors are not ready to sell, they have to sell, then the market maker's job is to provide those shares to the investors. So that's how this platform works.
Sure. Thank you.
I just want to add a quick comment here.
Yes.
I think investor communities, and this is what our responsibility also is, that investors need to understand, while there is improvement in liquidities and other factors, that you're investing in a small company. The small company will need to absorb capital and demonstrate growth. So you need to look at a 2-year horizon to remain invested in a company. And I think the actual valuation will happen of the company when the company moves into the main board. So I think investors need to show the patience when investing in small companies. And I think that's fundamental. I think that also brings me to another point. And this is maybe, eminent personalities in the industry need to take up with SEBI, that is there a criteria that bankers need to give day one returns to investors, especially people who invest in SMEs? And I think that's a very unfair rule. I think no company, except for large companies, can actually show a day one performance on the index. The performance has to be reflected once the company absorbs the capital and then shows the growth.
Hello, can I ask?
Yes, please go ahead. And after that, Ms. Bhattacharya, that's done. All right, please, sir, go ahead.
What is the minimum size of the issue for this SME sector, as well as what is the maximum amount one can raise? as well as what is the cost of merchant banking and other expenses related to the public issue or placement, whatever you may call it. Thank you.
So, I issue size, I think, so there is no guidelines on issue size. It all depends upon, so the only simple criteria that the exchange has laid down is what Ajay ji and Anand have already laid out. So there is no criteria on issue size, but yes, it's important to talk to the bankers and understand, what is their appetite and what is the type of transaction that they would be keen to execute, because each banker will have, their own preferences. In terms of cost of doing an SME IPO, I think you should look at it as the 1 year cost of raising money from a bank. So in very simplistic terms, I think that could be a cost that you should look at. But again, specifics could be disclosed in a one-on-one conversation.
So just to add here, this one-on-one conversation is very important. As a promoter, I have understood that while I was preparing for this IPO. So a humble advice to all the promoters out here, be very, very careful while discussing one-on-one. And also be sure of signing a document of whatever you do, and be prepared of any scenario wherein you also have to be, on the forefront, despite every possible help that you'll get from the merchant banker, from the market maker, of course. And I can say this with guarantee that the best help possible will be from the BSE side. I'm myself, sort of a living example of that I was able to sail through only because the BSE got into action and we sailed through it on time, and today we are doing very well. So these are very important.
I just want to add a small counter to that, and I think it's a very valid point. I think it's very important because bankers will throw a lot of jargons and they will throw a lot of other, industry specific structures. For a promoter, it's very important to make sure that they understand it thoroughly. And if they don't understand it, ask the question. Work with bankers who are ready to be more transparent. So that would be my humble suggestion.
Sir, can we say a ballpark figure of 3 to 5% expenditure? Suppose it's a 100 crore issue, 3 to 5 crore rupees?
Sir, percentage wise.
Sir, what is your status? Are you a promoter?
No, sir, I have experience in IPO earlier. I have been involved in larger IPOs, but SME sector I have not seen.
So you have, and so you are not a promoter, but you are a consultant.
Yes, sir. I am a consultant.
Okay.
And I will be able to sell this idea of IPOs for SMEs to my clients.
Sir, very late, 12 years past launching SME platform. So be fast. Now you have to move like a rocket.
Yes, sir. But
so
the
yeah,
cost
please
is
sit down. I got your
important,
point, sir. Please sit down. In fact, thank you for asking this question. First of all, I always, please sit down, sir. Please sit.
More volume on Mr. Thakur's mic.
Yeah. So, first of all, I always tell the promoters, never treat it as an expenditure or a cost. Treat it as an investment. As long as you will start treating it as a cost or an expenditure, you will have a hurdle. You have a blockage in your mind. So treat it as an investment. When you invest in plant, land, building, or machinery, what you tell it is not as a cost. You say that investment in land, building, plant, and machinery. Now here you should treat as an investment in financial assets, which will give you much more value than what you have earned through the business. I've seen many companies in 10 years earning 25 to 30 crore or 40 crores. If we add 5 years or 7 years, it will come to total profit will come to around 35 crores to 40 crores. But in a single shot, they are able to raise 25 crores, 20 crores through this capital market. Okay, so you can understand the beauty of the capital market. Now, having said that, when it comes to SME platform and the ecosystem that we have created, what we have ensured that the initial investment should be less. Say ballpoint figure has come 6 to 7%. Okay, so what we ensure that out of that, only 1 to 1.5% you have to pay to the merchant banker till the time of listing, and the rest 70% of your investment should come when already fund has come in your books and from that you have to pay. So out of the pocket expenses on the SME platform is less. Okay. Now, second thing is that, as Mr. Syed has said, that many of the times we don't know. Okay. And suddenly when a lot of funds are coming, we also start, compromising with so many things, or we are taking it for granted. Market is very volatile. Suddenly some episode will come, some force major activity will come, and you'll not be in a position to raise fund. So those things we have seen into the market. But as a promoter, you have to keep your eye and ear open. Same way I tell the merchant banker also, always keep your eye and ear open. Okay. So keep all these things open when you are signing the document, when you are telling something. If you have any confusion, we are standing there. You can take the clarification from us. You can sort the clarification for us. We are there 24/7 for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Thakur. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, we would have to wrap this particular workshop, but of course, we'll continue the engagement. Okay, sure. With that, I'd like to humbly thank our dignitaries on stage. Once again, let's give them all a big, big thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thakur. Thank you, Mr. Tari. Thank you, Mr. Ivor. And thank you, Mr. Syed, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm round of applause. So, well, with this, it is time for us to now go ahead to our next workshop. Well, for that, we're elated to have with us, of course, we're going to be rejoined with the Chief Workshop Associate Director, Mr. Anand Chari, who's the DGM, BSE, SME, and Startup Bombay Stock Exchange. And accompanying him is going to be Mr. Ravi Ramaya, who's the Director of SEC Mark Consultancy Limited. Also, along with Ravi, it's going to be Mr. Ranav Manseta, who's going to be joining, the Associate Director, Khandalwala Securities Limited. Both of these gentlemen, Ravi is going to be covering on the MSME benchmarking discussion group workshop 2, and Mr. Ranav is going to be conversing on the investment banking perspective. So let's humbly welcome all of them on stage along with Mr. Anand Chari. Thank you, Mr. Anand, for joining us on that. And let's take it ahead with their conversation. Could we have everyone settle down, please? Thank you. So as we have these dignitaries on stage, it's my honor to just introduce them. Mr. Ravi, of course, bringing in 18 plus years of experience in the areas of operation, risk management, fraud investigation, technology implementations, compliance, audit and internal controls and legal matters, serving 6 exchanges, 6 banks and bank subsidiaries, 100 plus stock brokers, 35 plus DPs, 8 portfolio managers and insurance company. Let's welcome him humbly on that front. Thank you so much. And of course, Mr. Ranav, thank you on that. Multidimensional financial service sector professional with over 18 plus years of experience in corporate finance and personal finance. Of course, the awards do him a lot of justification. We're talking about the Shining Star Award by Smart Acumen Consulting at the Finest 50 Conclave at Puri in December 2022, and the most influential financial services marketing professional by the World Marketing Congress in November 2022. Let's give Mr. Ranav a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much to both our dignitaries for joining us. And of course, Mr. Anand, if you can guide them forward. We have Mr. Ravi with our first conversation and Mr. Ranav with our second. So we have.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for this very generous introduction. Just to give you a brief background, we are the first company on the SME segment to list post-COVID. So it was September 2020, which was the lockdown period where we decided we'll go ahead with the listing. Before we run through the entire story, how the listing went about, a brief background as to we serve financial market participants. So exchanges, brokers, investment managers, they are our clients. They use our softwares, technology or tech services. Now, to come up with an IPO is the dream of generally all entrepreneurs. So before I go ahead, can I know how many entrepreneurs are there? If you can please raise the hands. Yeah, so quite a lot of them. So all of us are from the same community, and all of us endeavor to have our companies grown to a particular level. So it starts with what money you want and not what valuation you will get. So right, like Mr. Ivor has already suggested, you may have some milestone to achieve based on for which you require money. Come to that requirement and speak to the merchant bankers. They will guide you. We have been guided very well by our merchant bankers, and they are in fact the best persons who can see you through this entire journey. Once you have that size of funds that you need, generally your dilution would be anywhere between not less than 25, but at most you would generally dilute 50. आपने उसको तुलसी पत्र रख के देना है, क्योंकि आपको पैसा मिल रहा है. आपको जो पैसा मिल रहा है उसमें से आप आपका 50% का कितना बड़ा कर सकते हैं, दैट शुड बी योर फोकस, एंड नॉट कि दूसरे के जेब में कितना गया. बिकॉज विदाउट दिस थॉट ऑफ कीपिंग इट ऑन तुलसी पत्र आप वो दे ही नहीं पाएंगे. इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू गिव इक्विटी देन गिविंग ए किडनी. तो प्रमोटर को बहुत प्रिय होता है, लेकिन आप जब तक आपका हाथ में से कुछ चीज निकाल के बाहर नहीं देंगे तब तक दूसरा लेने को हाथ में जगह नहीं आएगा. तो वो पैसा लेने के लिए आपको कुछ कॉम्प्रोमाइज करना है, जो दूसरों को भी बेनिफिट होगा और आपको भी बेनिफिट होगा. सबसे ज्यादा बेनिफिट आपको ही होगा. दूसरा, सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को ये थॉट होता है कि मैं आईपीओ लाऊंगा तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट होगा. हमको इतना लगा नहीं था, बट करने को गए तो पता चले कि हाँ है थोड़ा सा. तो सो बी प्रिपेयर्ड. इतना कुछ डिफिकल्ट नहीं है, लेकिन पानी में गिरेगा ना तो आदमी तैर जाता है, क्योंकि आजू बाजू में अपने पास बहुत सारे लाइफ गार्ड्स है. राइट फ्रॉम द एक्सचेंज से भी, जिसने पूरे कायदे कानून बनाए, मर्चेंट बैंकर्स, आपके लीगल एक्सपर्ट, आपका खुद का चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, ये सारे लोग आपके रेस्क्यू को तभी आएंगे जब आप पानी में गिरेंगे. यदि गिरेंगे नहीं, बाहर बैठ के खाली बातें करेंगे, मैं एक दिन तैरने को जाऊंगा, तो कोई आपको रेस्क्यू को आने का सवाल ही नहीं आता, क्योंकि आप पानी में ही नहीं है. तो पानी में गिरना बहुत जरूरी है. और उसके बाद अपना एफर्ट अपने आप आता है, क्योंकि आदमी डूबने के पहले हाथ पैर मार ही लेता है और दूसरे लोग मदद करके उसको पार लगा ही देते हैं. वर्स्ट केस, ये कोई लाइफ एंड डेथ का क्वेश्चन नहीं है. अपन समझो पार नहीं हो पा गए तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है. आपने इतना बड़ा धंधा खोलने के लिए तो कितना बड़ा रिस्क लिया है. आप अभी जो रिस्क के लिए डर रहे हैं ना, वो खाली भूत आया टाइप से, वैसा कोई भूत नहीं आता है. तो आपका जेब का जो जाने वाला है वो खाली 20, 25, 50 लाख रुपया जो आपने फीस दी प्रोफेशनल्स को, एक्सचेंज को, डीआरएचपी बनाने को, वही आपका डूबता है. लेकिन आपको जो मिलता है उससे आपका ग्रोथ का प्रोस्पेक्ट कितना बड़ा है, वो आपको सोच के उतना खर्चा कर डालने का. वो कोई सोचेगा इन्वेस्टमेंट है, कोई सोचेगा एक्सपेंस है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जाना तो पैसा ही है. तो वो पैसा जाने की तैयारी रख के अपन अगर आईपीओ लाते हैं तो अपना आईपीओ 100 में से 80 बार 90 बार सक्सेसफुल होगा. और अपन इतने तो बुरे बदनसीब नहीं है कि अपन वो 80 में नहीं होंगे और 20 में होंगे. तो ये सोच के अपन ने आईपीओ लाने की तैयारी करने की. ये हो जाता है अपना आईपीओ आने तक का पार्ट. प्रिज्यूमिंग की आईपीओ आ गया, अपन ने वो फिनिशिंग लाइन क्रॉस कर दिया, किसी ने बहुत जल्दी कर दिया, किसी ने बहुत मेहनत करके किया, अल्टीमेटली पहुंच गए. काफी अपने पे बोला जा रहा है कि अपने पे ऑब्लिगेशन नहीं है कि अपने को रोज पैसा देना है. 100% वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंफर्टिंग फैक्टर है. लेकिन आपने यहाँ पे साख पे क्या रखा है वो आप पहले सोचिए कि अपने इन्वेस्टर कौन है. सबसे पहले अपने जानकार लोग, पहचान वाले लोग, उसमें से 100 में से 80 लोग बोलते हैं हम करेंगे, 20 खाली करते हैं. लेकिन बाकी वो 20 ने जिसने आप पे विश्वास रखा ना, वो आपके लिए बहुत ही प्राइसलेस है. आपने आपकी जबान गिरवी रख के वो पैसा लिया, इतना मन में लेके चलना, ताकि आपके पास वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमेशा रहे बैक ऑफ द माइंड कि मुझे इनको कमा के देना है, वो भी राइट तरीके से। तो जब ये थॉट लेके अपन चलते हैं तो कंपनी का ग्रोथ भी आता है, कंपनी जुडिशियसली स्पेंडिंग भी करती है। आईपीओ का पैसा कोई मजा मारने के लिए और गाड़ी लेने के लिए नहीं है। वो अपने को जितना जुडिशियसली स्पेंड करके जितना अच्छा करेंगे, उतना अपने को इन्वेस्टर्स को रिटर्न देने में सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलता है। और अपन ने डेट की कॉस्ट, लेटेस्ट से अभी हमारी कंपनी का वैल्यूएशन ऑलमोस्ट 1.8 टाइम्स है। तो जो इन्वेस्टर पहले दिन से इन्वेस्टेड था, कोई बड़ा वैल्यूएशन नहीं है, लोगों का 100 गुना हो गया है, लेकिन जो इन्वेस्टर ने एटलीस्ट अपने पास 100 रुपया दिया, आज उसको 180 तो मिलता है 3 साल के अंदर में, विच इज मच बेटर देन एनी रिटर्न दैट यू वुड हैव अदरवाइज अर्न फ्रॉम ए फिक्स्ड रिटर्न और ए रीजनेबली लेस रिस्की रिटर्न। क्योंकि हमको ये अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए, लोग अपना पैसा दे रहे हैं, उनके एंगल से जब अपन सोचेंगे ना, तो अपना हर स्टेप अपने आप राइट होता जाता है। लास्ट चीज मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा जो है कंप्लायंस पे और एथिक्स पे। तो काफी सारे, आप जैसे ही आईपीओ डालने को जाएंगे ना, आपको बहुत सारे लोगों के भी कॉल आएंगे। लेटेस्ट से आईपीओ में हम सब्सक्राइब करा के देते हैं, आपको 2% का ये लगेगा वो लगेगा, उसमें आप फर्स्ट डे को एग्जिट देना है। सी आपके पास इतना पैसा है कि आप फर्स्ट डे को एग्जिट दे सकता है, तो आप गांव का पैसा ही मांगने को क्यों जाते हैं? तो ऐसा सब चीज का प्रलोभन आपको आएगा। अपना जॉब एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, उसको स्ट्रिक्ट नो बोलना है। आप आइदर राइट हो सकते हैं या रॉन्ग हो सकते हैं, बीच में नहीं हो सकते। नापास होने का इज बेटर ऑफ देन कॉपी करके पास होने का, ये प्रिंसिपल से आप चलेंगे तो आपका आईपीओ 100% सक्सेस ही होगा। हमारा 59.5% हुआ था सेकंड लास्ट डे तक। बहुत नर्वस थे। हमारे मर्चेंट बैंकर्स ने हमको बताया कि लास्ट डे पे ही सारा डेटा एंट्री होता है, लेकिन अपना तो पहला ऑपरेशन है, वो लोग रोज करते हैं। तो हम लोग बहुत ही उत्सुक थे और हमको ऐसे सब कॉल आते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने भी हमको गाइड किया और हमने भी राइट डिसीजन लिया कि अपने को कोई एडजस्टमेंट में नहीं जाना है, क्योंकि प्रमोटर का बाद में फोकस धंधा छोड़ के वो एडजस्टमेंट सल्टाने में लग जाता है। तो वो सारी चीजें नहीं करके कंपनी नहीं लिस्ट करना इज फार बेटर देन वो सब एडजस्टमेंट करके कंपनी लिस्ट करना। अपने को लगता है अपन 2 साल में निस्तर देंगे, निस्तरते निस्तरते बूढ़े हो जाएंगे, नहीं निस्तर पाएंगे। तो लास्ट जो है वो कंप्लायंस कॉस्ट सबको कंसर्न रहता है। एग्जैक्ट नंबर देता हूं, 6 से 12 लाख रुपया का एडिशनल बर्डन आपके ऊपर आएगा एक बार एसएमई में लिस्ट होंगे। इतना आप खर्चे का तैयारी रखना, इससे ज्यादा तो आप आपके कुछ बहुत सारे स्टाफ को भी देते होंगे, तो एक और स्टाफ रख लिया इसे मान लेना। इसके हिसाब से अगर आप आईपीओ को अप्रोच करेंगे तो आप बहुत आसानी से आपका माइंड फ्रेम बना पाएंगे कि मुझे आईपीओ करना है। लास्ट चीज, बहुत सारा विचार नहीं करने का। खुदा गवाह पिक्चर में डैनी ने बोला है, इतना मत सोच कि सोच गहरी हो जाए, सोच गहरी होती है तो फैसले कमजोर हो जाते हैं। तो रीजनेबल सोच के राइट स्टेप से अपन फटाफट आगे बढ़ना। समय सबका पास बहुत कम है, जिसका भी पास यंग है तो भी समय कम है, एज हो गया तो भी समय कम है, यही सोच के काम करना, फास्ट काम करना, आईपीओ 100% पार होगा। इससे आई थिंक this is what I thought I will share with everybody, which comes from the bottom of my heart. So I am very thankful that I have got this opportunity to speak in front of such large number of people. Even if one company comes for IPO based on my discussion, I will feel that my purpose has been met today. Thank you very much.
I think as he said very clearly, जितने भी आपके माइंड में कंफ्यूजन थे, most of the confusion already has removed, and somebody asked about the costing and all backseat. I think he has clarified, and he is the living example, and he's recently got listed 3 years back. So the exchange has been there for 11 years. So we are getting a lot of entrepreneurs who are at very young age getting listed because of the confidence level, the kind of risk they are able to take. The expense, whatever he has quoted, what he has gone through, black and white, he has told you very clearly कि sir इतना लगेगा, आप इतना बना के रखना. So that is coming from the horse's mouth, who has already experienced and already is making the payments, and he could really see that the kind of return he could afford to give it to the investor who are being there and subscribing his issue into during the IPO period. So जितने भी entrepreneur यहाँ सुन रहे हैं, it should not be, the cost should not be a hurdle for you to launch your company, because आप जाके जितने अभी assets बना रहे हैं, shares, उसको जाके आगे जाके मार्केट में आप बेचने वाले हैं, and possibly you are going to can mortgage the shares and take the loan from the market, or you can use it as a collateral to take over smaller companies which are there in the industry and maybe having a pricing war with you. So ye jo asset side is going to be a separate asset which you are trying to create in the capital market from the asset what you are amassed in running the business over the period of last 10, 20, 30, 40 years of the existence of the company. So ye separate asset hai. This is going to be used as a collateral later. So I would put it across to the investors or the entrepreneurs who are listening. ये जो आप बना रहे हैं ये separate asset है जिसको जाके आगे आप बेचने वाले हैं, तो ये इसको आप investment तौर पे सोचिए और आगे जाके आप जो valuation में बेचेंगे, it's going to be a win-win situation for the investors as well as a promoter to you. तो इसमें कोई loss type of a game नहीं है, because already Ajay bhai has said currency का जो example आपने दिया था, यहाँ पे कोई आप guarantee नहीं दे रहे हैं किसी को, like a RBI governor. So you know it in before what is going to be your results and performance. So you before in hand, जब भी मार्केट खुलेगा आपको पहले पता रहेगा कि क्या बैलेंस शीट आपकी मार्च में आने वाली है, बिफोर द इन्वेस्टर नोज एंड कैपिटल मार्केट नोज. तो इसलिए आपको मैं ये बोलूंगा, इट्स अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स. इसको आपको जिस तरह इन्होंने बताया आपका इनका एक्सपीरियंस, आपको भी आगे आना चाहिए और उसको लिस्ट करना चाहिए. टिल द टाइम यू आर सिटिंग इन द शोर एंड सीइंग दैट कि हम करेंगे, देखेंगे, डिसीजन लेंगे, तब तक तो मार्केट 20,000 से 61,000 पहुंच चुके हैं, and maybe the market goes off to a next level of growth and we see more of a wealth creation happening in this platform. Most of the entrepreneurs who are listening, I would like to urge them to invest into the companies, like entrepreneurs who are coming forward to list. And we have seen 2 people are showing positive response after the discussion which we had earlier. मैं चाहूंगा कि वो सब कंपनी में आप भी पार्टिसिपेट कीजिए. अगर आपकी कंपनी आज एलिजिबल नहीं है, I would urge everyone to put at least ₹1 lakh for the people who are taking that confidence level and putting their hard foot forward to list the company on the exchange. जितने लोग हैं, तो important है कि हम भाई बंधु बन के करें, because most of the things have been said, but government कितना कर सकती थी, कर चुकी है. हमको as a individual, Indian, भारत जो भी बोली है, we have to put our strong foot forward and invest into the company. So merchant banker भी यही चाहते हैं कि अच्छे investors भी आए, who can put the money. जब आप खुद इनको जैसे इन्वेस्टर्स एंड एंटरप्रेन्योर में पैसे डालेंगे, बिकॉज आप भी उनको पैसा लाने में कितना दिक्कत होती है, वो उसका पेन पॉइंट आप समझते हैं और यू आर गोइंग थ्रू द जर्नी. तो जिस तरह आप भी इनको सपोर्ट करेंगे, ऑटोमेटिकली द कंपनी परफॉर्म्स वेल, देन यू विल सी द लिक्विडिटी हैपनिंग एंड यू आर गोइंग टू मेक मनी. यू विल बी पार्ट ऑफ दिस वेल्थ क्रिएशन व्हिच वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, द इकोनॉमी गोइंग टू $5 trillion and $10 trillion. सो ये सब चीजें, नंबर्स जो बोल रहे हैं, सेंटर से आ रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं, ये सब चीजें हैं. इसको कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए जितने एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड एमएसएस में, इसमें आपको कंट्रीब्यूट करना है. सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इज दैट यू स्टार्ट इन्वेस्टिंग to the company which is coming on board, but you go through the financials of the company, fundamentals, and understand the sectors, then I would request you to invest on the company. That will be my submission and suggestion for the people who are listening today as an entrepreneur.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Anand, on that. Let's give him a warm round of applause. And of course, Mr. Ranav, we'd love to hear from you now.
Sure. Firstly, let me thank MSME Bharat Manch, Rupee Boss, Mr. Ganju of CIO, the dignitaries and the participants who are there physically and online. Thank you all for investing your time. Since we see people are still sitting over here when it's close to lunchtime, it says that people are interested. That is why they are sitting to listen to all of us. For me, I would say thank you to everybody out here, especially Ajay bhai, Anand bhai. उन्होंने मेरा काम इतना easy कर दिया है. It's like IPL में last ball में आके 4 मारना है और victory lap में enjoy करना है, सिर्फ mandates लेना है. आप लोगों ने मेरा काम बहुत आसान कर दिया as a merchant banker sitting out here. See, let's understand a very clear perspective. Why do you require money? Money is required for growth, expansion, perspective, why you want to grow your business. एक एंटरप्रेन्योर होता है, चालू करता है प्रमोटर और प्रोपराइटर, बाद में आएगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर्म, बनाएगा LLP, बाद में प्राइवेट लिमिटेड और लिमिटेड. इट्स अ ग्रेजुएशन, स्टेज बाय स्टेज हाउ योर कंपनी हैज टू ग्रो. स्टार्टअप है, ग्रो करेगी, बाद में लार्ज कैप बनेगी. इट्स एंटायर प्रोसेस विच हैज टू गो. सो विद इन दैट, coming out with an IPO is also a process which you'll have to go through. Banks will always be there to help you and support you, but as earlier mentioned, banks में collateral देना है. As entrepreneurs, at times we have struggled that we don't have collateral. We have orders, but we don't have collateral. Capital कहाँ से आएगा? आप बैंक के पास जाओगे, बैंक आपको बोलेगा भाई आपका डेट इक्विटी रेशियो मैच नहीं हो रहा, आपका इक्विटी बढ़ाई है. आप बोलोगे मैं वेंचर कैपिटल या प्राइवेट इक्विटी के पास जाऊंगा. They come with their own set of risk and limitations. Anybody giving you money is putting their hard earned money. आज जब ये सवाल आता है कि मैं मर्चेंट बैंकर को कितना पैसा दूं, अगर इन्वेस्टर आपकी कंपनी में पैसा डाल रहा है, वो भी सोच रहा है भाई मैं इसको पैसा क्यों लगाऊं इसकी कंपनी में. हाउ मच डू दे नो यू? An investor today can invest in Reliance Industries because he knows what the company is about.
But when he's investing in an SME company, the visibility of the company is very limited. Their knowledge about the company is very limited. So it is a process, a lot of things which goes through in terms of a company raising the money. Most importantly, as an SME company, when we are going for an IPO, it is not an SME platform. It is basically a listing platform. It is like हम IPL कर रहे हैं, net practice कर रहे हैं before going on to the main board. It will help the company streamline a lot of activities, lot of things, bring in the discipline within the organization, within the team, that boss, we are going on to the major league. Once you're a listed player going and raising funds from banks, financial institutions, trying to go and get a bigger orders, going into international market, saying I'm a listed company, the पहला perception है boss, compliance एकदम बराबर होगा, company एकदम ठीक ठाक है, इसलिए listing हुआ है उसका. आप वो पर्सपेक्टिव से जाएगा तो आपको बड़ी कंपनी से ऑर्डर्स, बिजनेस सब मिलना एकदम आसान हो जाता है. इंपॉर्टेंट है खुद को पैसा मिला, खुद को क्या करना है. अभी इन्होंने बहुत अच्छी से बताया, कोई बोलेगा फर्स्ट डे पे एग्जिट देना है. बॉस क्लियर पर्सपेक्टिव है. इफ देयर आर वैल्यू इन्वेस्टर्स, बिग इन्वेस्टर्स आर कमिंग, दे आर नॉट लुकिंग एट हाउ एम आई गोइंग टू एग्जिट ऑन डे वन. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज हाउ इज द बिजनेस गोइंग टू ग्रो ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. When the company migrates onto the main board, that is a main cream which everybody wants to enjoy. When I'm on the main board, I'm at par with any of the other listed companies. I'm making money. My investors and all stakeholders will make money. That is a perspective everybody has. Institutional investors or bigger investors are not coming in your company for listing gains. Listing gains के लिए उनके पास market में trade करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है. They are betting on your capability. If you all want to grow the business, you all have to go through the IPO route. Beyond a point, banks या private equity funding से नहीं होता है. Private equity वाले को भी exit देना पड़ेगा. कहाँ से exit दोगे? Do you all have enough money to buy back their shares? I'm very sure none of the entrepreneurs are able to do that. The only other option is a bigger private equity investor will come and buy into him. उसको भी कुछ सालों में तो exit देना पड़ेगा ना. End of the day, IPO लेके आना ही पड़ेगा. I'll give a very simple correlation. यहाँ पे Anand bhai will agree with me on this. There are two types of companies who want to come into the market. One is a company which will come with the IPO at 300 rupees pricing, will list at 700 rupees. There's another company which will come in IPO at 2100 ka pricing and eventually share price 500 rupees aa jata hai. I don't want to name names over here, but this is a very clear-cut analogy which I talk to a lot of people. Understand your value, understand where you want to go and how you want to go. अगर आपका thought process बहुत clear है कि मुझे grow करना है, आपको जितना पैसा चाहिए मार्केट आपको उतना पैसा दे देगा. Then it is upon you कि आप कैसे परफॉर्म करके अपना वैल्यू ग्रो करते हो. जब भी आप आईपीओ लेके आते हो, मिनिमम क्राइटेरिया इज 25% डाइल्यूशन. वेदर यू डाइल्यूट 25%, 30% और 35%, that much is what is there in the market. Rest is there with you. So how well you perform, that will decide the how better your net worth or value of your company is growing. That is in your hand. 25-30% मार्केट में हो तो मार्केट में रहेगा ही हमेशा. अगर आपका 70%, it is very simple. Whether I want to hold 100% of a value of 100 crore company or I want 70% of a company which is worth 1000 crores. If that is a perspective which everyone can set in their mind, I think so IPO is the best route for any SME to grow. And just as a concluding comment, starting में हमने बात किया, we are talking of 10 trillion economy, 30 trillion economy. I think so SMEs are the double engine which will be required, and the double engine उनके पास आएगा जब उनका capital आएगा. Raise funds, but raise it judiciously for what you want to, and deploy the money where you have to deploy. अगर आपका कंपनी परफॉर्म करेगा, क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर प्रॉफिट जनरेट करेगा, मार्केट आपको आके वैल्यू देके जाएगा, आपको किसी भी थर्ड पार्टी की आर्टिफिशियल सपोर्ट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी मार्केट में. थैंक यू.
Any questions just in case?
We can ask one question.
I have one or two questions.
One.
One only. Can we also list a not for profit company like Section 8 or a type of NGO kind of company?
NGO kind of companies can't be listed because वो trust form में चलेंगे, तो company format में चाहिए रहेगा हमको. Private limited है या partnership है या LLP है, वो format में company चाहिए रहेगा. तो NGOs जैसा companies trust को list नहीं करा सकते आप.
करा सकते हैं which is not for profit.
No, sir. That, as he rightly said, it cannot be done. But just because we're really short of time, I would have to let the conversations continue during the lunch time. On that front, let's thank all our dignitaries on stage. Once again, a big thank you. And if I may have, along with the three of them, 1 second to the photographer, 1 minute. If we could have Mr. NQ Syed, Mr. Iver as well to please join us once again on stage. Let's have all our dignitaries back. If we could have Mr. Syed as well, if the team could coordinate for having him back on the stage. Meanwhile, in interest of time, I'll just quickly call upon Deepti, Pallavi, Priyanka, Pragati, Simi, and of course, if you could have the honor of calling upon Mr. P.N. Shetty, Dr. G. Ramesh Kumar, and Mr. Narendra to kindly join us and help us with the felicitations. Also, if the team could coordinate for Mr. Syed to kindly join us inside. And I think it can be accompanied with a lot of applause for all our dignitaries. Thank you so much to our leadership for joining us today. And once again, we'd like to humbly thank Mr. MQ Syed, Mr. Iver, Mr. Anand Cherry, Mr. Ravi Ramaya, Mr. Rinav. Thank you once again for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Iver. And can we have all of you for the group photograph? Mr. P.N. Shetty, yes, right there. Thank you. And can we have all of you come together as a group? Another successful workshop. Let's give all of them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Shweta? No, that's not happening now, they said. You want to do it now? All right. So we've got a special announcement from Shweta. Whilst the team, let's just finish the felicitations once, Shweta, so we can give you due importance out there. Thank you once again. Okay, I believe Mr. Syed just joined in. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with that, we have Ms. Shweta who will be joining us right now, Ms. Shweta Mohanty, who's the founder CEO of BLL, who will be joining us on stage with a special announcement. Hanji, can we have the video, please, of Ms. Shweta?
So good afternoon, everybody. I know we're just few minutes away from lunch. We'll just see a short video quickly. Wanting all your attention on stage. Can we have the AV, please? Thank you. The video has all the details. I think there is a leaflet, there is a piece of a pager, one pager, on with all of you, which has all the details. You can scan and connect with us. And so wonderful to be here. And a big congratulations to the Rupee Boss and MSME Bharat Manch team. This is very special because this got launched in our conclave in IIT Research Madras Park in February. So happy to see what is happening. And a big thank you to everybody in the community who is working closely to enable growth of MSMEs going forward. Thank you so much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I won't hold you back from lunch. Let's have a great lunch together and join us back for the next set of sessions. Thank you once again. 2 o'clock is Indian Standard Time, 2 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Join us back. I know many would be traveling in different time zones, different countries. So IST 2 p.m., please join us back. Can we check? Can we have Mr. P.N. Shetty to please join us? Well, in interest of time, we're just doing the photographic memory for the MOU signing happening between MSME Bharat Manch and CIEO. We've got Vishal Ganju, we've got Mr. M.G. Syed, we've got all our dignitaries. We've got Mr. Thakur, P.N. Shetty. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. N.B. Shetty, as well for joining us on this occasion. And congratulations on the MOU signing between MSME Bharat Manch and the wonderful organization CIEO. Congratulations. Thank you.
The foundations for Jai Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. Jai Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at Jai Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. Jai Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ring. Jai Sai Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of Jai Sai Jewelers is to give their clients what they want: complete customer satisfaction. Although the truth behind the smile of all these clients is because of the sheer hard work and dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
Not only believe in making jewelry for the classes, but also for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best.
The foundations for Jai Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. Jai Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at Jai Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. Jai Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ring. J-Sai Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of J-Sai Jewelers is to give their clients what they want: complete customer satisfaction. And dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
We not only believe in making jewelry for the classes, but also for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best.
The foundations for J-Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. J-Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at J-Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. J-Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ring. J-Sai Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of J-Sai Jewelers is to give their clients what they want: complete customer satisfaction. Although the truth behind the smile of all these clients is because of the sheer hard work and dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
We not only believe in making jewelry for the classes, but also for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best.
foundations for Jai Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. Jai Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at Jai Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. Jai Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ray. Jai Sai Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of Jai Sai Jewelers is to give their clients what they want: complete customer satisfaction. Although the truth behind the smile of all these clients is because of the sheer hard work and dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
We not only believe in making jewelry for the classes, but for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best.
The foundations for Jai Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. Jai Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at Jai Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. Jai Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ray. J-Side Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of J-Side Jewelers is to give their clients what they want, complete customer satisfaction. Although the truth behind the smile of all these clients is because of the sheer hard work and dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
We not only believe in making the jewelry for the classes, but also for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best.
The foundations for J-Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. J-Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at J-Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. J-Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ring. J-Sai Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of J-Sai Jewelers is to give their clients what they want, complete customer satisfaction. Although the truth behind the smile of all these clients is because of the sheer hard work and dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
We not only believe in making the jewelry for the classes, but also for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best.
I'm here to. I'm here to hook you up with something. Yes, something, not someone. It's got wealth, health, skill, and lifestyle. Deadly combination, right? Well then, swipe right to Taurus, world's first neo-wellness bank. Taurus isn't just any other app. It's my app, where everything is customized to my preference. Fret not, your preference. What you want, how you I'm here to hook you up with something. Yes, something, not someone. It's got wealth, health, skill, and lifestyle. Deadly combination, right? Well then, swipe right to Taurus, world's first neo-wellness bank. Taurus isn't just any other app. It's my app, where everything is customized to my preference. Fret not, your preference. What you want, how you want, when you want. Grow your wealth your way with Wealth Wellness. Track your health with Health Wellness. Upskill in the field of your choice with Skill Wellness. And live the lifestyle you deserve with Lifestyle Wellness. If it's the world of wellness we're talking about, Taurus is equal to total domination. Already fired up? Hold on. 7-in-1 account with Taurus gets you everything. Neo banking, broking, lending, insurance, payment wallet, mutual funds, digital gold, loans, and so much more. But you know what hits different? Getting your online debit card in 10 minutes flat. Happy shopping! But we're just getting started. Soon, there will be international equities, robo-advisory, SMBL, BNPL, crypto, NFTs, OneView portfolio, wellness course, and a lot cooler stuff. Align Taurus My App to your financial goals. Get personalized recommendations across asset classes and whatnot. You found that impressive, right? Well, there's more. With Taurus My App taking care of your health as easy as, nothing really. It doesn't get easier than that. Booking a lab test, getting medicines delivered, that's right there. But what's coming up is the real deal. In no time, Taurus My App will manage your entire health and disease cycle. Yes, you heard that right. From tracking your vitals, to decoding them, to determine your health status. Medicine alerts, activity reminders, health alerts, curated health content, insights, and health scores. Preventive care to diagnosis, personalized treatment plans to timely consultations, even vaccinations. Not just in Western medicine, but alternate medicines too. All your health inputs go into creating your clone. Yes, a virtual color-coded clone. Just a look at your clone and you know what's up. Boom! Freaking awesome. Wealth, check. Health, check. Now it's time to check out skill wellness. Kicks off with basic skilling and training programs. More than 10,000 job listings and loads of internship opportunities across sectors. Soon to be decked up with advanced skilling courses. And customized notifications and alerts on suitable courses, job openings, training programs. Taurus My App is a dream. There I said it. But wait, it's not over yet. Because the best is yet to come. The Taurus Club. Like that friend who's got the perfect memes for every situation, Taurus Club has the perfect reward for everything. It's the heartbeat of Taurus world. Downloading, exploring, engaging, transacting or referring, everything is rewarding. Gather Taurus coins and choose to redeem them to pay for your next online course or buy those medicines or redeem them to get crazy deals and vouchers from the brands you love. Or convert your Taurus coins into NFTs. Your coins, your choice. And there's Taurus Social too, for product learning with gamification. Because that's what we vibe on. Join the league to keep your streaks and win big. In love with Taurus? Thought so. Taurus is for you. It's for me and it's for us. It's built with love completely by us. And it's here to kill disparity. On board the world of wellness with Taurus My App. Unbox unlimited possibilities.
The foundations for Jai Sai Jewelers were laid down by the late Sri Bhavani Shankar Khemkaji. Jai Sai Jewelers is a factory outlet which enables them to serve their clients with jewelry demands at a price that nobody else can offer them in the market. There is no middleman in between the production and the delivery of the product. For this quality and hard work put in at Jai Sai Jewelers, they have been awarded with innumerable certificates and awards. Jai Sai Jewelers make customized jewelry of all kinds. This particularly means that same kind of a ring can be made with any combination possible of gold carat and diamond ring. Jai Sai Jewelers have made buying as simple as making tea. As tea is made according to our choice and requirement, so can be jewelry also now. The motto of Jai Sai Jewelers is to give their clients what they want, complete customer satisfaction. Although the truth behind the smile of all these clients is because of the sheer hard work and dedication of Mr. Jayesh Khemka and his better half, the head of jewelry design, Mrs. Meeta Khemka.
We not only believe in making jewelry for the classes, but also for the money. We might not be the biggest, but are definitely the best. And
Good afternoon to all of you, and all of you would have had a good lunch, and sorry for the heat sun, but of course the items and all you would have enjoyed. Now I request all the people from the outside also to come inside and occupy their seat. We are going to start. Please occupy the seats. शेट्टी साहब, हम स्टार्ट करें? यस, आइए बैठिए. रमेश, उनको एक बताइए आने के लिए. स्टार्ट. हाँ हाँ
करना पड़ेगा. ये बाहर तक जाता है.
आई विल गो देयर एंड टेल व्हाट इज देयर. हाँ, उसमें क्या है? यस, हमको कोई कनेक्शन. यस, हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू. हेलो, I request all of you to have the seat occupying. Please go. Yes. Yeah, please join. Okay, whoever has finished, no, please join. Hello, bhai sahab, please come. Hello, आप सबका खाना हुआ है तो प्लीज आइए. हाँ, yes. मैडम, हाँ हाँ, अंदर बैठिए. हाँ, या. They're not working. But it's not sufficient. They will other join. खाना होने के बाद पूरा अंदर आने को बोलना. हाँ, yeah. Yes, please.
This is my card.
Oh, okay.
Can I have your card, sir?
Yes, Krishnamurthy.
Krishna Kumar.
Krishna Kumar from Devanahalli. Huh?
Devanahalli is a set name. I'm not exactly from Devanahalli, but my parents were from Karnataka. I'm born and brought up in Mumbai.
Kannada barbada?
Kannada swalpa.
Acha. Oh.
I'm a proper by birth Mumbaiker and Maharashtrian Marathi.
And how be important?
Absolutely.
Election ka bada news hai.
Absolutely. So you are in Mumbai or I'm in Mumbai? You are in Mumbai. Malad. Oh, okay. I'll catch it. Thank you.
We'll start the. आप आएंगे अंदर? आइए. Madam. No, because others still start.
And then MOU sign.
Huh? Yeah, please start. Working? Are you working?
Check. Mr. Narendra.
It's not required, no?
No. These now, I think we can. Where the hotel staff is.
Because food mein they are busy.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly be seated as we're about to resume. As much as I would want you all to maintain the decorum, but we are in short of time and we would have to begin. Meanwhile, the ones at the back, one final request to kindly be seated. If any networking needs to continue, to kindly step out. I'm going to give you guys 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, the only way to get your attention was through a countdown because I know there's so many conversations happening. But requesting you all, please, hugs can happen, conversations can happen, but we'd like you to step out. So as much as we would want this to become a roundtable networking zone, it is not quite possible today. It's just for our next speaker because we want to give her the due importance. I think it's only wise for us to settle down. All right, now I cannot take further more time because I'm constrained on that. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the importance of SME gradings, another great topic. We have with us the Associate Director, SME Solutions of CRISIL joining us, who has more than 12 plus years of extensive experience. And I'm sure this is just not the number of years I'm saying. I'm sure our lady can justify much more than that in the SME division. In her current role, she's leading a team of analysts who are primarily responsible for delivering various standardized and customized offerings like SME, gradings, due diligence, supply chain evaluation, assessment of microfinance institutes. So a lot of you had questions around it. I think we've got the right person. Let's give her a big, big round of applause, Ms. Manasi Kulkarni. One second, Manasi. Just a second. I'll just...
Yeah. Thanks a lot for wonderful introduction. So we all always insist on putting some adjectives to so wonderful introduction, or how was the lunch? Is it good? Is it excellent? How was it? So putting those adjectives on the everything in our life. Similarly, all the speakers before lunch spoke about being a good MSME, being a good investor. Now, how to quantify who is good, who is bad, who is average, who is excellent? That is where CRISIL stands for. We are in the business for many decades now. We are known for corporate rating, long-term loan ratings. Of course, in SME, we started in 2005. We started rating SME in 2005. Some speaker mentioned about the definition of MSME got introduced in 2006. And I'm so proud that CRISIL, before the definition came from government in 2005, we launched our first SME grading, where we thought putting any adjective to any MSME, whether it is good performer, bad performer, average or excellent, it is important to understand what SME wants. Of course, who are we to decide whether you're performing good or not? Unlike large corporates, the information which SME shares with us is very limited or was very limited. Things have changed. Things have evolved now. Thanks to the digital agenda of the government, there is a lot of information today available for us to have that call. But even I would like to say that this information is not objective. So it's not like that we don't interact with MSMEs and arrive at our conclusions. There will be a meaningful interactions with MSMEs to understand what business they're doing, how well they're connected with stakeholders. A lot of speakers mentioned about being fundamentally correct. And that's where I think so grading helps. It's a step much before you approach merchant bankers. SME grading is something maybe known in the industry for raising funds through debt. But today, because the SME IPO has come much later from 2005, today our SME gradings are also used to reach out to markets in any form, like reach out to customers, reach out to suppliers, reach out to the investors. So I think so I'll just quickly take through the slides. I'll not take much of your time because I think so CRISIL is, of course, and I'll not spend much of a time in explaining what is CRISIL. Is a listed companies, and we are into ratings, we are into advisory, we are into research. In all the even industry research, MSME sector is one of part of MSME research. And why this is important, as I said, who are we to decide whether MSMEs are performing well or not? This is all our presence globally, our presence into so many sectors that are actually making us capable. And of course, our interactions with MSMEs are also helping us to build these kind of skills. So some of these stats, maybe I'll just focus on the middle part where we have rated many MSMEs in the past. We have had many interactions with the MSMEs. It is interesting, these interactions. Initially, our first grading in 2005 was done for SUCAM Powers, a biggest name in the inverters at that point of time. And the interactions were very difficult in the beginning to convince them for SME grading. Today, fortunately, the awareness levels are very high. The interactions are very meaningful. And that is what is required for us to establish whether it's a good player, average player, or excellent player. So basically, there is a difference between credit rating and SME grading, because we have designed a product called SME grading, which suits the requirement of MSMEs. We do not compare you, or there is no relative ranking which happens with the large corporates. This is meant only for MSME segment, where the comparison happens only with MSMEs. The comparison happens on the parameters which are applicable to MSMEs. We have designed this grading scale, methodology, framework with our so much of investment since 2005, interacting with MSMEs, interacting with regulators, interacting with lot of like finance providers, lot of platforms which are evolving over a period. So I have just covered this. So there are a lot of offerings. SME grading is one of the flagship product. When we started in 2005, way back in 2005, we started with NSIC, which is the corporation for small scale. Of course, other than that, we have a lot of offerings. I will not spend much of a time here because what we are going to cover is SME grading here. So this is the scale actually at which we grade MSMEs. It provides a wings to MSMEs. A lot of speakers spoke about getting your fundamentals right. Now, what is fundamentals and how to quantify? So for example, anyone who SWOT analysis. So anyone who is doing a SWOT analysis of their own company or anyone else, strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, threats. Now, how to summarize it at the end on a unified scale. So this is where I think so our gradings will help to understand on a 8-point scale where the company is currently standing or any entity standing. And this process is much more before any MSME thinks of going for IPO, going to merchant bankers. I think so this is where the if fundamentals are correct, because we have been repeating these words of getting the fundamentals correct. Now, what are the fundamentals? Like now somebody spoke about corporate governance, somebody talk about best management practices. This is where I think so that awareness level can get created. This is a very early stage. And because there are one-on-one interactions, there are personal interactions which happens with the promoters of MSME. I think so there is a lot of scope for resolving your queries. Maybe in a larger setup, I'm not sure if you're a small setup or a micro setup. I think so those one-on-one interactions help us to, not only us, but even the MSMEs to create those kind of awareness, to say, because we say it is important to be profitable. Now profitable, someone mentioned there's operating level profitability. Now to understand what is operating, what is non-operating, what is after interest, before depreciation, this is the first level of interaction with our analysts will definitely help you to understand when we talk about operating profitability, what is it exactly? When we talk about succession plan of the management, what is it exactly we're talking about? So these kind of interactions and arriving at these kind of symbols for any MSMEs will definitely create those kind of awareness and make them fundamentals clear. So this is largely what we cover when we do grading. So we cover business, industry risk. Industry risk is again very important, because being in that industry for so many years, I think so, of course, you all are expert in your own individual industries, but how the external world looks at your industry in terms of demand and supply, in terms of what are the inherent risks in those industries, and whether we are able to arrive at one particular symbol for that industry risk. So if you happen to see CRISIL website, there is a symbol for industry risk. Every industry is getting graded. Those experts in those industry sectors, those are getting mapped in our grading methodology, which helps us globally, especially post-pandemic, the industry has been so dynamic to arriving at those correct risks, which has helped us. So again, it is not more only objective information, but a lot of subjective information also goes into this. Lot of interactions with MSMEs clears our doubt, because we don't want to put some stamps on somebody profitable, somebody not profitable, somebody juggling with the finances, somebody at a startup, whether a startup will get a good rating. All these questions will definitely arrive in your minds when you go for SME gradings. And there are misconceptions also. A startup will not get a good grading, or somebody who is not making money initially will not get a good grading, or somebody highly leveraged has taken a lot of loan in their books will not get a good rating. But I think so it's a mutual interaction which happens with the MSMEs to understand what is their business strategy. So some of the I'll just focus on financial flexibility as such, because today we are talking about getting funds from some sources. Financial flexibility is extremely important for MSMEs. Everyone talked about the opportunities in the market, being government has done a wonderful job, or exchanges have done wonderful job of creating those platforms for MSMEs. So opportunities are there. We understand a lot of schemes are getting floated, bankers are there, financial institutions are evolving, NBFCs are there, new fintechs are there. So opportunities are there. Our MSMEs are prepared to grab those opportunities. That is the question. And this is the first, I think so, step towards that preparedness. Like, do I understand whether I'm financially flexible? Do I understand whether, like, how external world is viewing, is actually rating me? Because in our own world, I think so, in businesses might be doing well, but you don't have best corporate practices. You don't have best management practices, and external world is going to ask that, because even MSMEs are expecting good investors. If we are, I think so, expecting good investors, I'm sure everyone will agree that MSMEs also need to be good. So someone, I think so, said, like, maybe I don't have a succession plan. I've been running this business for so many years. Does it impact my grading? Yeah, maybe, because that is the, like, good investor will always look for whether, like, whether there's a succession plan in the business. I think so, before you go for IPO, before you go to any merchant bankers, if you know how external world is looking at you, what exactly they're expecting, this will help you definitely. Litigation, somewhere, like, we mentioned about litigation. Today, the database is so strong, like, to captures those litigations without, like, you knowing it. Like, if there is some case going on, you might feel, okay, there's some court, some district level, some case is going on, and it will not get highlighted. But today, the digital database is so strong that, like, these grading processes will highlight those risks. So you know that I need to clean my slate before I go for IPO or a merchant banker. I need to clean all those, like, I'll have to ensure that I start afresh, and there are whatever, if there are any litigations, I need to clear them off. Similarly, my credit track record, like, how I have been paying, like, indirectly, sometimes the promoters or at a MSME levels, if the credit discipline is not good. And typically I have seen, like, interacting with MSMEs that, like, so-and-so bank has not, like, there is some technical issue in my credit discipline. They have not captured it correctly. But I think so at the end, more than a bank, MSME is going to suffer. You'll have to ensure before you go for any big things, these things are being cleared from your side. All these, like, have traces digitally. These are very, very strong traces, and these will be tracked. So as long as you're aware, I think so that is work is done. And in that awareness process, I think so companies like CRISIL, credit rating companies, will definitely help you. So there are some of the benefits which I have repeated. Preparedness to access equity market. This is what I would like to highlight here. As I said, this can be a first step for anyone to, like, be prepared what you're getting into. Because people might not like it, like, in our interactions, people don't like it when you say that, okay, XYZ thing you're not done correctly. They will have justification. But when we go to investors, it's very difficult to explain to investors. So it's important to know your strengths. It's important to know your weaknesses. It's important to know your threats as well. So self-evaluation, marketing assistance. Somebody was saying, like, that if you have IPO, you're listed, you'll get good customers, and that is very important. So everything goes hand in hand, getting a good rating, getting a good IPO, good investors, good customers, good business. So at the end, everything is linked. So again, like, because there's a lot of emphasis on your relationship with your stakeholders, a lot of emphasis on best practices. Some of the, like, SME grading at an initial stage will definitely help you to achieve at, like, whether I have a good relationship, whether I have a best management practices, whether I have a second tier management in place, to ensure that, like, I'm prepared for the larger leap. So there are some of the findings we have done, because we are there in the business for so many, like, more than a decade now. We have done so many gradings. There are some findings we have arrived at. So these are whatever I'm repeating. So thank you very much. And me and my colleague will be here. So in case you have any queries, please reach out to us. Thank you very much.
So could I have, if we do have Deepthi around, do we have Deepthi in the room? If you could just help us in felicitating Mansi. Along with Mr. P.N. Shetty, and of course, sir, please. Please go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Mansi, for joining us. Once again, a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. And with that in place, so we have a very interesting section now. Well, we're going ahead with the MOU signing with Once More Studio. We are requesting the founder, CEO, Once More Studio, Mr. Deepak Bhanushali, along with the co-founder, Mr. Ashwin Nayak, and of course, Bhupinder Chheda, the co-founder, to also join us. Let's give all three of them a big, big round of applause. Meanwhile, if I could request to have none other than Mr. P.N. Shetty. NB Shetty, sir. So if we are around, if we could have the pleasure of re-inviting you on the stage, Dr. G. Ramesh Kumarji. So please, if you could join, he's right here. Do we have NB Shetty? Okay. Do we have Mr. Shetty? I mean, of course, not P.N. Shetty, NB Shetty. Okay, I think the team will try and find that. So the signing of the MOU is happening with Once More Studio, which is India's premier location management company, which has worked on more than 150 plus films and 6,000 productions across all segments. This is the signing for all the MSME of 13,000 plus locations, which they are trying to bring in. So let's give them all a big, big round of applause. 13,000 plus locations. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a part of our event today. Thank you to all our dignitaries.